Hello and welcome along and welcome to the 8th and final tournament of the Farming Simulator League's 5th season. This is the final tournament before FarmCon in just under 6 weeks' time. And there is absolutely everything to play for. I think we're in for some good games this weekend, Copter.
Yeah, I think we will have some brilliant matches for sure. And I'm talking about FarmCon. I'm waiting for that really much because I heard some news that there's a lot of tickets sold to that event, a whole lot more than last year. So I do have a feeling that the FarmCon is going to be the biggest ever this year.
Yeah, I think FarmCon is going to be absolutely amazing this year. It's going to be humongous. It's coming from the Fent Forum in Germany, and I'm very much looking forward to being there. So I realise that I've started off my introduction here and haven't introduced us. I am Virtual Farmer, and with me is Casper Copter. We have been bringing the FSL to you throughout Season 5, and we're looking forward to bringing today's action to you today. Today's action to you today as well. The thing that interests me about this weekend's tournament is that these are going to be teams who are vying for those final positions to get that advantage in the grand final at FarmCon. And we have so many teams that are so close. In fact, our second and third places in the standing are equal second. And they're on exactly the same number of points, exactly the same number of first, seconds, thirds, and fourths overall. So there is nothing between those two teams. And one of them today is going to get further than the other and take that second place, which all but guarantees that they won't face Helm until the grand final, which is incredible. You know, that is a huge win for whichever team takes that second place spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the teams, we're going to be seeing the circuit points in a matter of seconds, but Lindner and New Holland are, of course, the teams who are actually competing from those second and third places currently. And just like Alex just said, that they are completely tied. So both of them will have 290 points. They both have actually 4 bronze medals and then three, I think, fourth places from the tournament. So they haven't actually ever placed second. But Trelleborg, who is holding the fourth place, which is just 30 points away, they actually have claimed 2 second places and 1 victory. So it's an interesting thing that the teams of the second and the third place, they are not ever reached the grand final this season. But of course, they are having more points. They have been more stable, getting some more stable results, of course, on the way. But of course, Trelleborg is one of those teams who is actually very much trying to, of course, snatch that second place from either of these teams. And I think the first game that we're going to be seeing today will be Vultra versus Farming Friends, if I'm not completely mistaken. And they are holding the 5th place. They are completely tied with Trelleborg Tires as well. So they are also one of those teams. So all the way, I would say, from the 6th place, where My Insanity is currently standing on the circuit points, you can reach that second place, depending from this tournament. And that's going to set the stage for the grand final in FarmCon. And of course, this whole FSL Season 5. It's been a long season. We started from FarmCon last year, and now we are ending it in FarmCon. So it's a 1-year season. I think it's the longest FarmCon FSL season ever. So it has been a very hectic and interesting year for sure. And there's been so many events. I mean, this is just the 3rd online event. All the other events, they have been actually at the venues, at the sites, at Leipzig, at UK. We went to the home grounds of Virtual Farmer as well. So it's been a marvelous season. But the matches today, they will be definitely something. And I think there's this bit of an extra tension currently in the air, as everybody knows that this will be the tournament that's going to set up the stage for the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are just 50 points separating 6th place from 2nd place. And you really want to be in that top 4. You really want to give yourself the best starting position you can at the grand final. And so all of those teams are going to be fighting hard to get into that top 4. And all of them are going to be really, really going for it today. And you're right. It's amazing to see Lindner and New Holland sitting in that second place position, having never come second overall, having never even got to that final to position themselves there. But they have that consistency. They've been consistently good over the season. They've got themselves into the quarterfinals 4 times and won it 4 times. That is a really good, consistent level of play from them. But we've seen Trelleborg coming up and playing really well as well. But to start off today, we've got Vultra versus Farming Friends for our first match. And their first game, we are heading into the band stage.
Yeah, talking about Farming Friends, I mean, they are standing 9th currently on the standings, but they have reached the grand final once. So they have been having these ups and downs during the season. And now on this, so they have 1 second place, 1 third place, and 1 fourth place, 150 points. So yeah, even if they would won today, they will not be able to reach the, I guess like 6th place is the best they can reach. But still, I think they are a team that has been showing off. And then Vultra, on the other hand, they also have 1 second place, but then they have more third and fourth places from the tournaments, and Vultra is definitely one of those teams who can still challenge that second spot. Of course, Helm is far away from the others. They are leading almost with the 280 points to Lindner. So of course, from this tournament, nobody will be getting that amount of circuit points. But yeah, let's go to the game. So we had our bans, and now we're going to be coming for the team picks. We have Big Hole versus Bottleneck. We do have the telehandlers in play, by the way, as well. So they were not banned at all. And this is how we're gonna start the day with Bottleneck versus Big Hole.
Yeah, not many surprises early on, other than the telehandlers not being banned. And of course, both teams going for those because they are really powerful machines to get stacks up there. We got Big Hole and Bottleneck, so no slowing down of the belt overly beyond normal. So yeah, both teams going for a very interesting setup here. We have got the Deutz-Fahr front loader that we don't see very often, and that is because we've had quite a lot of the front loader tractors banned in the early stage of this. So a lot of small changes here, nothing that's majorly out of the ordinary. Without the telehandlers banned, we always expect to see them. Interesting that the two teams have gone for different telehandlers, though.
Deutz-Fahr. I remember the song from the last FarmCon still on my mind. Anyways, here we go. The battle for the first bale is going to be starting as the teams are heading out from the gates. And no mistakes. A lovely scenery, as we can see. Lennox going to be challenging a bit of Farming Friends. And I think that Farming Friends, they do have a chance. It's going to be getting it very close. And it's going to be Farming Friends who's going to claim that one in the end. So Lennox just needs to leave without anything. Krieger's going to be getting a baler as well. So there was another challenge happening at the other pod. So it seems to be a very good start for Farming Friends. And this is going to cost some time for Vultra for sure. So let's see how the first bales are starting to build up. As we can see, Lucky Luker and Krieger, they're pretty far away from the barn, actually. So for sure, this will be a not so great first bale. But I'm very eager to see where Vultra is currently positioned. So how far they are from the barn. And because I think that they should have a chance for a decent, let's say like a 140-ish, 135-ish first bale. But without seeing them, of course, it's going to be next to impossible for me to give any kind of an estimate. So we'll just have to wait and see. But they should be coming in the pictures. And here we have Lennox quite far away because of the X-ray that Farming Friends are already crossing that bridge. And this could be, maybe not 130, but 128-ish maybe. Who knows? Depending how they're going to do it. They're going to reverse that in. So 120, I don't know, 3 maybe. That could be the case or something like that. Even less. Well, 123.
Oh,
so
yeah, no, you're spot on.
But they will still win the challenge on the first bale.
Yeah, that's definitely a good start there for Farming Friends. Vultra only 9 points behind on that first bale. I think that Vultra got a slightly better start with the Combine. I think they won the Combine challenge earlier on, or Farming Friends decided to go a little bit further to try and get that John Deere Combine. But Farming Friends then winning that baler off of Vultra managed to even things up and give them that opportunity to get that 9-point lead on the first bale. So it evened out fairly well. Lucky Luca here making some good turns in the crop, not wasting any of that precious grain, except avoiding where we've got some weeds, and both teams have picked up speed limit. So both teams are slowed down by 20%, but crucially, it's 40 seconds longer at the moment for Vultra, slowing down Farming Friends than the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 points difference is not that bad. So, I mean, Vultra should have the means, of course, depending how the game goes, but it shouldn't be much of a problem for them to somehow get back from that one. So I would say that it has a very, very small, significant meaning at this point. And, of course, the big haul is a bit of a question how they manage it, because if I'm not completely mistaken, if there would be, for example, a grain multiplier coming into play, then Vultra would have a slight advantage. And especially with the big haul, that could be a thing. But yeah, let's just wait for it. Let's see how it goes. And of course, it's going to be way too early to talk about the drops at this stage. But it's going to be just 1 minute and 15 seconds until we will have our first, well, kind of like the second line of drops. But yeah, I would say the first meaningful one at this point. And Lennox seems to be heading. I think they're playing the big hole a little bit differently. I think the placement of the big hole is not the usual one, because usually at this point they will leave it at the edge of the field next to the buildings, but they are actually heading from the other side of the building, so they are playing a little bit different. The location where they're collecting the grain is different. Anyways, we can see some unloading happening for Vultra, so they will do an early delivery with a 2.8 multiplier now on their belts, and just 35 seconds till we have the second line of drops, and so yeah, they will use it before it.
Mtron, so I think Mtron must be avoiding weeds through the middle of that to be making those kind of moves, and it looks like he's fairly full. Yeah, that combine is getting pretty full at this point. We do have the drops coming any moment, and what are they going to be? Here we go, coming in at the 5.5 minute. We have drops. Can't see them at the moment. I was expecting.
Oh, well, they are coming.
They are coming. We promise they are coming. Any moment we will see what the teams can go for. Neither team seems to be overly interested in them, so they can't be that great.
Yeah, Farming Friends is unloading. Silo and direct delivery. Okay, so that explains why Farming Friends has been immediately delivering some grain, and without picking anything up, because then, of course, if they would have been a grain multiplier, for example, then for sure they would have picked that up before starting to deliver. But Silo closed, so we can see that Farming Friends, they are now, actually, they have been able to catch the multiplier and even take the slight advantage. That's going to come here as fast as he can. And maybe a little bit late with the pickup, to be honest, because Farming Friends did manage to use the silo already before they picked the multiplier. And let's see, they are, of course, coming to pick up silo closed as well. And there we go. So they will keep 2.3 lead. So Farming Friends actually played this very, very nicely, and they do have 10 seconds more as well time on the silo closed. So nobody will be delivering anything except maybe for bales, because we have 5 bales for Farming Friends and Vultra with 2 bales. So let's see how they want to utilize the time here. Of course, it's a good time to press some bales, but yeah, especially for Farming Friends, it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually deliver a couple of them as well, because they do have a slight lead on the multiplier.
Yeah, this is absolutely when Farming Friends want to be taking advantage here. They've got an extra 10 seconds over Vultra as well for that closed silo. I don't know if they're going to wait and try and deliver some more grain, but to be perfectly honest, if I was Farming Friends, I would be taking advantage of this 2.3 multiplier. Lucky Luca is lining up for a bale toss, but I don't think, no, it is going to be a much slower, much more considered loading of the bales on there. And yeah, this will score some very good points for Farming Friends at this point. They should get a good, nice bit of advantage from having the score at this point. And if they can score, if they can get a little bit more grain in, which they're not trying to do at the moment, then they would get more advantage. But it doesn't seem to matter. Vultra are going to start to load bales on now, and I'm guessing they're going to immediately tip grain as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening as they place the bales on the belt. A huge load, 2.7 multiplier. Farming Friends going to be also now pouring down some grain. There was a super drop picked by bale points for Farming Friends, so they managed to pick that up. And Farming Friends, they did manage to deliver, I think, maybe 4 bales with that about 2.3 multiplier. And now Vultra's, of course, playing the catch with the scores as they did pour down all the grain. So they have a slight lead, but Farming Friends, they still have about 13k, which they will hopefully at some point will pour down, and they should be able to get the multiplier. Yeah, there we go. Maybe not completely even, but it should be like a 1.9 maybe, or 1.8. 1.9 is gonna stay there, so it's not like a huge difference. And the Vultra meanwhile has been taking the lead on the points as well, because they're leading with about 40 points as we speak, and that's actually a 39 point lead. But with that 2.1 multiplier, that one couple of points are gonna be, of course, shifting sides after a couple of bales. So then in a way Vultra will have let's say like a 2 bale advantage at that point, depending of course how the deliveries will go. But Vultra hasn't been pressing enough bales, so they are lacking some, but of course Farming Friends, they still have a huge job to deliver all the bales they have made.
Yeah, Vultra doing well to score as many points as they could while that multiplier was in their favor. But you are right, they seem to be struggling to create the bales. They're 5 bales behind with only and they're behind in the points. So yeah, this is not good for Vultra now. Despite the 2-point advantage for every bale, that is not going to close up this difference. And Farming Friends are absolutely on a roll here. They're using the tactic that we see Helm use so well, having that second front loader, bringing in 5 bales at a time on it. Is really paying off for them, and they're pulling out ahead with it.
Yeah, 45 seconds to go. I mean, Vultra is close, and 9 bales for Farming Friends, so I'm pretty sure that they cannot deliver all of them on the second floor of the barn. Sören just doing the job as usual. Also, Lucky Luker, this is looking to be a good looking delivery, to be honest, because those should be still reaching the upper side, and they have a slightly faster belt as well, so they shouldn't have much of a problem. And to be honest, I mean, Vultra seems to be running out of bales at this point. They only have 2 bales remaining, and Farming Friends, they still have a lot of bales which they are scoring in, so there's only 42 points available for Vultra anymore at this point, and Farming Friends, they're going to be making the gap more than 42 points, so Farming Friends, they have just guaranteed that they will claim this round, because Vultra without bales, there's not going to be no points at all. And Farming Friends, they can be very happy with the first victory of the day.
That was a very strong game there from Farming Friends. 517 points to 459. Masterclass in bale delivery there. 21 bales, 16. So 5 extra bales delivered. 4 of those into the top. Both teams with only 1 undelivered bale. And yeah, really, really well played by Farming Friends. That was solid. That was a good, solid game out of the gate from them. And really well countered on Vultra's big haul. They did really well to counter the extra grain bonus that Vultra got from that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like a very solid game, like no nonsense at all. Like everything was all business and just doing exactly what was needed. One thing that I gotta note, I was watching the chat a little bit during the game, and people seems to be calling me Castor, which is an interesting one. So now I do have a new name as well. So I'm fine with it, and yeah, that's I just noted, and I found that very funny, to be honest.
Yeah, I did see that, and I nearly corrected it because I went, no, that's not who I'm with. Have you been watching?
Copter by Castor. No, it's all good. Yeah. I mean, the event has been started. I did get a list of the matches that we're going to be showing. So if you do have the FSL website and you can see the bracket, so we'll be showing the game numbers 2, 5, 10, 14, 17, and 24 today, which, if I count correctly, is actually 6 matches. So we should be having let's say, a reasonable length of the broadcast. So it's not going to be the 10, 12 hours like we did on the last time. Or Alex did. I was skipping a couple of the matches, to be honest. But yeah, because I just had so many other things to handle that weekend, and it just wasn't available for me. But thank you, lovely. Of course, we had Alex here to cover the rest of the games as well, because I had my son actually go in the first time abroad on the airport, so I just couldn't, say him that just take a taxi on the airport. I needed to go. Oh, anyways, we are here. But yeah, Farming Friends, of course, I'm very eager to see how they will play the next game, because I mean, in a way, I felt that Vultra maybe had a slight advantage even with the big haul. So on my books, I think that Vultra maybe had even a stronger perk. So I'm a little bit curious how Farming Friends will play the next one, because if they, with the let's say with the weaker perk, perform this well, then we'll see what's going to happen with the next one.
That's the thing. Farming Friends definitely felt like they were at disadvantage multiple times in that game, and they never let that cause them an issue. They never had an unforced error because of that. And so yeah, they're playing really solidly. They've been doing that all season. I mean, there's a reason why Farming Friends got to the final and have a second place on the leaderboard. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if they can replicate the same sort of solid play and slightly disruptive, because it was slightly disruptive for Vultra they did in this game. Looks like the telehandlers aren't being banned again, although this time Farming Friends are banning the Terra track, which I believe Vultra were using last time.
I was still wondering about the last game, and I mean, there was the moment with the silo closed that Vultra was actually quite slow to pick that up. Not saying that Farming Friends actually would have been any faster. They both were actually picking that quite late. But that's when they actually managed to get that 2.3 multiplier for a while. They did score a couple of bales during that, so it was maybe 10, 20 points, so it didn't kind of like make the game. But in somehow it reflected the whole series, I would say, that they just played everything very solidly and well, and even despite there was some, let's say, disadvantages at that point, they didn't they didn't struggle at all. They just went like a
steam locomotive. That was the one big piece, one big bit of advantage that Farming Friends had during that match, and they did take advantage. They did score bales during it, and I think that did put Vultra on the back foot a little bit, left them scrambling to make sure that they had the extra grain to dominate later on. But for Vultra, the trouble then was that they hadn't pressed the bales, and therefore, they couldn't score the points to beat them at the end.
Okay, so here we go, the second game, and as always, it is best of 3. So of course, if Farming is going to be winning this one, that's going to mean that they will take the series and they will advance on the second round on the upper bracket. Of course, as always, we do have the lower bracket, so who's going to be losing this series will not be out of the tournament right away, because they will just drop the lower bracket. So nobody will be eliminated on the first game of the day for sure. Anyways, let's see. We do have the paths, we do have some challenges as well, but everything seems to be going pretty nicely. As we can see, Vultra actually has a quite nice setup, not that far away from the barn, meaning that they should be having a great first fail. And hopefully at some point we will see from the X-ray where Farming Friends is going to be located as well. They are right here, maybe a slightly further away, actually quite much further away if I'm not completely mistaken. Yeah, they do have a bit of distance towards the barn. So Vultra, they could actually make 140, I would say, and Farming Friends, they are looking into 120 something, I would say, based on the distance and the location where they're currently bailing. And Lennox, he's already crossing that bridge. He's going to be tossing or not, because that's going to be 140 if he's going to toss, but he's going to reverse, so it's going to be 130, maybe 7 or 6. 137, so pretty close to 140s, and Farming Friends, they should be getting maybe, I would say that 10 to 15 points less, depending how the travel will go. But the Krieger is still on the way, and yeah, it's gonna be actually 120 maybe let's see. It's gonna be anyways not the greatest, but maybe 15 points away. But yeah, he's gonna reverse that in because that doesn't make any kind of a sense at this point. So it's gonna be actually 118, 18, 17 actually even. Who knows? No, 109. My calculations are really bad today.
Ow.
I don't know. Maybe I missed some kind of a 10-point gap on my head, but yeah, that's gonna be actually a huge gap.
Herbicide and direct delivery are the first drops. And yeah, Vultra getting a much better start there than Farming Friends. And it all came down to the getting that class combine. The trouble, both teams went for that. That class combine was in a prime position to get a good first fail. And it looks like Vultra, I think it must have been Luca, managed to get it before Lucky Luca got it, and as a result, it sent him running for that New Holland combine all the way over the other side of the podium, and caused that massive gap in that first bail. So yeah, much stronger start here for Vultra, and we can see it's causing Farming Friends to make unforced errors. They are losing time because they are now on the back foot and fighting to come back.
Yeah, now they are playing with the big hole as well. As we can see, I mean, Optimus Prime is being used on the fields, and yeah, Vultra seems to be going for the early delivery. This is what we have seen quite many times, and we're gonna leave it like a 2.3. I think that has been the case quite often. That around that, but no, they're gonna pour a little bit more. I mean, why not? Actually, quite a lot more. This is interesting. So this is a very big early delivery, and they just want to make it all the way to 2.9 or even 3.0, depending what they want to do with the belt. And yeah, just put everything in. 3.0, and they're going to close the belt at the same time as well. So interesting, because this kind of first delivery is not something we see that quite often, especially when the team is not playing with the big haul. So Grigor's going to be going to the counter-offensive with the Optimus Prime, probably going to be getting that cannon out of the hand of Optimus and going to be trying to face the Decepticons around the silo.
I think it would be premature at the moment for Krieger to deliver this grain. There's only one bale there for Vultra. There's no danger that Vultra are going to score a huge number of points while it's sitting at 3.0. And there's a good chance still the grain multiplier could turn up. And that would just give a massive advantage to Farming Friends. And in fact, he's not taken it all the way back. He's given it a very controlled delivery and got it back to 2.2 to 1.8. We're now going to see if that's going to make the difference.
Yeah, it's actually, I kind of liked it. And there's a bale multiplier and silo closed.
Silo closed! Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit of a two-sided sword for Farming Friends. I mean, the delivery that we just spoke about. So, I mean, if there would have been a bale multiplier, grain multiplier, it would have been a really bad idea to make that delivery earlier. But then, as there was silo closed, they actually made the right choice that they did deliver a bit of the grain. Because if they would have, well, as there is silo closed, if Vultra would have been able to pick that up immediately, then, I mean, Farming Friends would have stayed with the 1.0 multiplier for such a long time that it would have been definitely a problem. But yeah, there we can see Farming Friends going to be picking up the silo closed, and it's just a matter of time when Lennox will be jumping out of that tractor, going to be picking exactly the same drop. There we go, and they have exactly, by the way, the same timing, even though they picked that at a different time, of course, because of the score difference. But they are exactly 80 seconds for both of the teams, so the silo's going to open exactly at the same second for both of them.
So this is now Vultra in a really strong position. They have 4 bales and a 2.5 multiplier. I really think they need to bring someone in and come and score those while they can. Get those extra points on the board and get that advantage. We've got Luca coming in with extra grain in that Lexing Combine. And of course, having both Lexing Combines, they're going to want to get both of them in there full, because that is going to be a massive advantage for grain on the end. It definitely feels like Farming Friends are having a tougher game this time, and much more on the back foot than they were the last game.
Yeah, I mean they are. I mean the only thing where they're leading is the amount of grain. So we'll see how this will settle down after the silos have opened in about 20 seconds. Luga is well building the setup. I mean somehow if we have ever built water cooling computer with the hot tubes, there is some kind of resemblance. Oh, somebody tries to make a toss, but only one of the bales is gonna go in. I think that was Vultra, and now we have Farming Friends also approaching the belt. But yeah, of course, he still wants to organize the weekend silos being open, and Vultra will start unloading the grain. We have a super drop spawning in as well. We'll be seeing that in a matter of seconds. Bale points 20, so this could be a thing for Farming Friends. They did a pretty good job picking up the bale points on the last game as well. And we can see Krieger actually coming, so yeah, Farming Friends should have this under their pocket, so they're definitely a team that's kind of hunting down the super drops. So they're closing the gap a little bit, and now, of course, the multipliers as well are pretty much even. There's still about 4,000 liters of grain on Vultra, so they can maybe even barely just make it to 2.1. Yes. And so they will have a slight advantage all the way till the end, and they're also leading by 70 points, so Farming Friends, you gotta do something.
Yeah, Lucky Lucka coming in with 3 bales now. So Farming Friends back where they were last game, 1.9 to 2.1 multiplier. But crucially, they don't have the advantage this time. They do have an advantage in bales, but there is over 100 points. In fact, over 130 points. And that's an awful lot of bales to make up by Lucky Lucka.
Yeah, some kind of a miracle needs to happen here.
Definitely now. Yeah. Bale-tastic for Vultra. Vultra now massively ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, Farming Friends, they kind of like, well, they didn't like completely shut down, but there was a moment that not a lot of things happened. I mean, they were waiting for the silo to be open, and then they were kind of like building the bales, and they didn't deliver anything. So they opened the door for Vultra to actually make that combo. And yeah, with 160 points of a gap, a little bit more than a minute remaining. So yeah, miracles need to happen, because Vultra also do have a reasonable amount of bales. So it's not that the Farming Friends can just, by delivering all these bales, actually win this one. So Vultra, there needs to be some kind of a mistake or a problem, and not just a small one actually. And yeah, even if Farming Friends would actually deliver now all the bales in, they will get 190 points. So Vultra, just by delivering 2 more bales, will actually already secure the victory. Unless, of course, Farming Friends will be still present on new bales. But still, I think that Vultra, maybe even by delivering just these, could be in a very strong position, as we have 30 seconds to go. As those are 63 points in total, and Sören usually does a great job with the belt, so I'm not really expecting that there will be any kind of a bigger trouble happening as we speak. So 15. And yeah, Farming Friends, they, as we can see, they have kind of realized what is the hard fact here, that unfortunately they cannot win this one. So 1 bale maybe still will go in. We can see Lennox is jumping from the bridge, not going to make any kind of difference. And Vultra will take the 2nd round of the series, meaning that we will be heading towards the 3rd game. So there we have it, the scores. And yeah, as we can see, this time Vultra is going to be delivering more bales. So there's going to be 3 more bales delivered, and 2 of them on the 2nd floor. A lot of undelivered bales for Farming Friends as well, but it didn't make any kind of a difference in the end, because those bales would have been about 80 points, and then they would have reached 510. That would have still been about 60 points less than what Vultra was scoring. So yeah, Vultra will bounce back, as we can see.
Yeah, that's an incredible bounce back from Vultra. I'm amazed Farming Friends managed to fail to deliver so many bales. They felt very much on the back foot from the beginning of that, losing that harvester, ending up a good 30, 40 points behind in that first bale, really left them struggling to come back. And then you had lots of unforced errors after that. Including allowing Vultra to get that combo, which really put the nail in the coffin for them.
Yeah, the combo was definitely a huge problem. I mean, even if they would have delivered, like I said, all the bales, they would have been still at the gap of about 50 to 60 points, which is, of course, somehow caused by the combo as well. So yeah, they really put themselves in a hard place. There was this, like I mentioned, a bit of a static moment for Farming Friends, somewhere around the, let's say, 2-3 minute mark. After the silos opened, we didn't see any kind of an activity, and I think they're still at that point when the silos opened. It was pretty much up for the grabs for everybody in the game, but then they just didn't find the momentum which Vultra was driving, and yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, when the silos reopened, Vultra were in position. They were ready to score points with bales. They were ready to drop grain in and increase their multiplier. And Farming Friends just weren't there. They weren't ready to drop the grain and even things up, and they weren't there ready to score the points with the bales once they did. And as a result, yeah, they let Vultra in, and Vultra able to score the combo and score the points when they had the good multiplier, and Farming Friends were left without 4 bales worth of points scored at the end, which only exacerbated.
Yeah, when the silos are finally being open. So when the silos are closed and when they open, you need to be exactly like Alex when he's queuing up to the supermarket, which has a special discount offer for a milk with a 1 penny. You know that there's huge queue, so you need to be there to pick up the milk, and that's what Farming Friends didn't do this time.
They weren't in the milk queue.
Yeah, the milk queue. Yeah. Anyways, John Deere and Vultra, so 8R is gonna be banned. And we have Fend, okay, they are kind of like browsing a little bit, something from that category. And it's gonna be New Holland in the end, and we have another big tractor coming up. It's gonna be Class Axion TerraTrack. So yeah, that's an interesting ban at this stage. I mean, it hasn't been that widely used today. I mean, we have only seen 2 matches, so of course we don't have much of data to work with, but the unstoppable versus unstoppable, so we go perk, the same perk on the both sides. So this will be, of course, interesting to see, and of course this is the last game of the series, so we know that the winning team is going to continue in the upper bracket and the losing team will be dropping down onto the lower bracket.
I'd be interested to see if this time Farming Friends go for the extra front loader. They used it really well in the first game, and not having it harmed them in the second. And they've gone for the second large tractor again. I don't quite understand that. When it was such a solid game for the first one, when it worked so well for them in that first game, why are they not going for that second front loader tractor? Or the second front loader piece of equipment in this one?
That is a good question. I mean, we have been discussing a lot about the fact how, for example, Helm has been using 2 of those, and sometimes we see the other teams going for it, but not that often. So I for one, would be very curious to know why they don't try to replicate those strategies, which we have seen to work not just for Helm, but for the others. So I don't know, maybe there's I don't know, something we don't see. Maybe it's a skill issue. That I don't know. Of course, just kidding. Yeah, just wondering. So if somebody from the broadcast, from the chat knows, please write it there, or just write it privately to me or Alex, and we'll be happy to understand it better. Meanwhile, as we do have, well, the first bale started to build up. This is actually going to be very good for Farming Friends. Okay, let's focus on this one. So 20 seconds to go, and Krieger is super close. This could be 150 almost. I mean, for sure it's not going to be, but 140 something for sure, depending how he's going to be delivering it and how close Vultra will be. So now it would be, I would say, if he's going to toss that in, it would be 145-ish, and he is going to toss that in actually, and 144.
Oh, fantastic!
So it's a very good one. Lennon's going to be following up, and that's going to be less than 140, so at least 10 points of the difference, and doesn't seem to be tossing that in, so he's going to reverse it, and it's going to be 130 about, I would say. And yeah, 14 points of the difference for Farming Friends, so they will claim a very nice early lead. And for sure, this is going to be boosting their confidence by at least a little bit.
This is very much more like the Farming Friends that we saw in the first game versus what happened in the second. Direct delivery or silo closed? and Vultra gone for direct delivery. We see teams going for direct delivery more and more these days. And I think it does pay off for the teams. It does allow them to deliver that extra little bit of grain. And I think direct delivery must have been changed at some point because it does have a multiplayer now. Initially, when it was about, it didn't. There was no multiplayer on it. So as a result, it seems to be a little bit more attractive to teams to grab it.
I mean, this might be a very stupid question. And I'm sorry about it, but I gotta ask it because so rarely we do see grain multiplier and silo closed on the first amount of drops. So if you pick up the direct delivery and the other team picks the silo closed, does the grain get delivered to the silo with the direct delivery?
Yes.
If the silo is closed?
Yeah, it does. Because it bypasses the tipping point if it's closed.
Okay.
Direct delivery just goes straight.
That's what I thought, but maybe some of the viewers was also wondering about it, or maybe I'm just being stupid, as I said. But I wanted to have a clarification on that one because it was running on my mind. But anyways, now we know the answer. And of course, in all your farming simulator needs, not just the FSL, but anything related to this game, Alex is the right guy. You know, he streams quite a bit as well. So if you have any open questions or issues about the FSL, you can find him from his stream, and I'm for sure he will know all the nuts and bolts that some people might be wondering about. Anyways, back to the game. So 6.5, and now we can see the deliveries are also starting up because they picked the grain multiplier, not the silo closed, so the silos are open. And similar kind of a first delivery that Vultra did on, was it on the previous game? So they made it all the way to 3.0. No, it was actually in the first game. But anyway, so they are doing a pretty big first delivery at this point before seeing the multiplier, or the possible multiplier, because that can still come on the next drop.
Yeah, this is the thing. We know silo close is not going to come in the second drop. So there's no chance Vultra can stop a multiplier, a grain multiplier being used. And if grain multiplier comes up now, that is going to be a huge problem for them. They've delivered a huge amount of grain, and they're not going to be able to replace that. I mean, there's a good 30,000 liters extra that farming friends have now, and that will cause a massive issue if grain multiplier turns up.
Yeah, that's true. And the drops are coming up, so grain multiplier.
And it's grain multiplier!
That's where we have here. So farming friends, yeah, let's see. I mean, it is unstoppable though, so the belts will be still operational, but I would say that I can see the ingredients to a pretty good pancake here.
This should be a shoe-in for farming friends. It really should. They've got more bales than Vultra. They've got the grain multiplier available, and they've got 30,000. Well, they did have 30. No, yeah, they've got 20,000 more liters than Vultra have to score with. They should absolutely.
Yeah, at least Vultra is realizing this as they are collecting more grain, and they know that they need to pick up the grain multiplier as well, of course. So both teams, and we can see the unloading happening for farming friends as we speak. So I don't know, will this be that big of a problem for Vultra in the end? Because, I mean, farming friends had a quite low multiplier to start with. So, if I'm not completely mistaken, this is going to be pretty even in the end. Maybe even Vultra actually holding the lead on the multiplier because the differences are not that big. So this is actually looking pretty good. So Vultra did exactly the right thing. They realized the problem. And they started to immediately collect more grain. And of course, I mean, when it comes down to the multipliers, I think that this will be pretty even. But what can happen later is that now, because Vultra needed to collect that extra grain, they might be missing on some other aspects, like pressing bales. But on the other side, we don't see farming friends doing the bales either. And Lucky Luger is just waiting for it. Farming friends going to be starting to pour down some more grain. So we'll be seeing where the multiplier is going to be ending up. As Vultra also has a better multiplier. So yeah, I'm actually pretty confident about the fact that Vultra might be still keeping the lead on the multiplier if they're gonna pull down that remaining grain with the multiplier, as we can see that they are doing exactly as we speak. So they will go to 2.1, I think. Yeah. So they did a great job. 2.2, even better job. So yes, they will hold the multiplier even while Farming Friends had that 60,000 of grain. But as Vultra close the gap, they will play this very smartly.
I am amazed by that. I am absolutely flabbergasted. That is amazing play there by Vultra, managing to, against a grain multiplier where they had initially had 30,000 liters less than Farming Friends, and they've managed to pull out a 2.2 multiplier by being out there and getting more grain as they did. The incredible thing to me though is the fact that Farming Friends didn't manage to press any extra bales.
Yeah, but they did manage to deliver some. That's what I was coming to. So there was a gap building up on the scores at the same time as well. But now we have some deliveries. But there was about 150 points of a difference. So they did deliver some bales during the time as we were focusing on the grain. So that's why it doesn't show on the bale accounts, but they did manage to deliver some. But now Vultra is delivering as well. And as we can see, they have exactly the same amount of bales. So Vultra is playing this very smartly, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, Vultra did a great job. They had a 1.6 multiplier versus the Farming Friends 1.5. And of course, it's good to understand that also the starting point for the multiplier was that Vultra already had delivered a huge amount of grain. But anyways, let's move on. That is done. That is dusted. As we are now seeing what will be happening at the end, as the score lines are almost tied. 1 minute and 15 seconds, third game of the series as well, meaning that this will be decided right here, right now, and the bales are on the way. So both teams are of course scoring, and 4 more points per bale for Vultra from every bale.
Yeah, this is in some impressive play from Vultra. They've controlled this game really well. They have fallen behind now though. It's wow. There is 1 bale between the teams, and that is what is keeping Farming Friends ahead. So the more bales that get delivered, the more that single bale is going to get eaten away, and the closer this is going to get.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. 20 seconds to go. It comes down to the efficiency in the end. We can see this bale's going to be delivered on the first floor and the second floor, and these bales will actually make it, and these might be the ones that's going to decide the victory as well. But it's not going to be that easy, because Farming Friends, they still have a couple of bales remaining as well, and they need to get 1 more bale on the second floor. But no, they don't have the bales.
No, there's not enough.
Difference, and Vultra will win this with 10 points. For the multipliers in the end will decide the game.
Man, that last bale, if that had gone up the top, that would have won it. Farming Friend. No, that wouldn't have been enough, because they were only getting 18 points a bale. So no, even that last bale going up the top, the multiplier definitely did it for Vultra there. Really well controlled, fantastic game from Vultra there. Went against everything that I thought you should do, and won it. Brilliant.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice series in the end, and of course, Farming Friends, they started with a good pace on the first game, but Vultra, they won the second game pretty, not gonna say easily, but let's say with a good margin. And then of course the third one was the thriller, the nail-biting game. But it's only the first round of the tournament, so we still have plenty of matches to come. And I think next we should be seeing game number 5, which is My Insanity versus New Holland. So that should be coming up after the break. But yeah, this is how we have kicked off the last online tournament of the season. And how are you feeling, Alex, so far from this tournament?
I'm loving it. That's a cracking 3 games, and we've got lots of great games coming. So we will be back in 3 minutes' time. We will see you then. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. It's going to be time for the second game, but of course we're going to be seeing the highlights probably from the previous game before that. But this is how we have kicked off the last online tournament of the season. And just as a reminder, make sure to book your tickets to FarmCon. It's going to be held at the, what was the name of the place? You had a very good name for it, Alex. Fend Arena?
It's the Fent Forum in, I think it's Markendorf is the name. Yeah, Fent Forum in Markendorf. In 6 weeks' time. In fact, 6 weeks today will be the grand final of the FSL, coming to you live from there, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic event as all the FarmCon events so far. And of course, we'll be there as well. And we do have a giveaway. It's probably there on the chat. So we are giving out some Farming Simulator special editions, of course. But we also thought about a different giveaway. So maybe the ones who are not so lucky to receive the actual game. I heard a rumor that Alex actually might be giving out some hugs at FarmCon. So if you feel like you need a hug, Alex is there for you.
Yeah, I am all about the hugs, me.
And maybe some pancakes as well. So let's see if we can find
maybe some pancakes. Pancakes would be good.
Yeah, pancakes is good. We just need to find the oven because last FarmCon we really tried to make some pancakes, but we didn't find an oven where to make the finished pancakes. So we'll see if we're going to be any more successful this time. And we're going to be seeing the replays, of course, from the previous game, Vultra versus Farming Friends, which Vultra in the end did manage to win on the last game of the series. And Farming Friends, they did a great job, though. And as we spoke before that game, I mean, Vultra is one of those teams that is trying to snatch the second place on the circuit point. So this is a good start for them. So somehow the setups are already being started. And we are coming back on the replays. A bit of a clash there. So they are wondering who is claiming this area.
That crash really does demonstrate the problems that Vultra were having in that first game. They were on the back foot and they were making mistakes that they didn't need to. But it came into the second game, and which is where that is from. And you can see the mistakes were starting to come in for Farming Friends. And Nick's getting a lucky jump on that bridge. Krieger, though, coming in with a wonderful 144 point bail, first bail in that last game. Highest bail that we've seen of the day so far. I doubt it will be the highest by the end, though. We've had some fairly high bails this season.
Yeah, this season I think 150s we have seen quite often, 151s, but did we see a 152 as well? I need to refresh my memory, but that I'm sure that if we have seen 152, we haven't seen 153 at least. So anyways, getting 150 something would be super. Then we know that it's really good. But of course, 140 something is always good as well. It depends from so many factors, and of course, to be having that super high first bail, all the stars they need to align properly, and maybe the moon needs to be in the right direction as well, that you can get everything you need from the pads which are very close to the barn without any kind of a mistakes, and of course not having any kind of a clashes with the gates either. There's a movie about the gates. It somehow comes to my mind every time we see the game starts. It's called The Enemy at the Gates.
Yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah, we don't have any snipers though here on the fields.
I was going to say, I've never seen it, so I'll have to add that to my list.
I can recommend it. It's a good movie.
But normally, if you've got a team that's getting 145 or above, they are winning the battle combine. So rarely do you get two teams getting that kind of score. Talking of teams that like to score well, though, we've got My Insanity and New Holland up next. And that's an awesome segue, Via.
Yeah, this will be interesting. So these teams are also battling. Of course, I mean, New Holland is currently on the tied second place. So if we want to put this game into context, New Holland is one of those teams who is trying to defend the second place and, of course, snatch it completely from Lindner as well. So they are tied with Lindner on the second place, and now Vultra and Trelleborg Tires are also very close. So yeah, New Holland, they have been an interesting team this season. I think we have mentioned that multiple times, that they are because last season they were really clearly, holding the second place and battling from the second place and the biggest challenger for Helm. which was of course playing with a different name on the last season, but still. But this season we have had so many teams challenging Helm. I mean, Trelleborg Tires have won it once, Mind Sanity has won it once, and New Holland on the other side, they haven't made it to the grand final of any of the tournaments so far. So they haven't been really the biggest challenger, but as Alex put it earlier, they have been the most constant challenger together with Lindner, getting those third and fourth places and racking up those semi-final positions almost like a candy.
A quick update on the other games that are going on today. So game one that was between Die Zocker and Kitty Cats. Kitty Cats won it and are through to the second round. We'll be playing Vultra later on. Trelleborg Tires beat Lindner, and so Trelleborg have moved on in game three with Lindner going into the lower bracket. Astragon have been beaten by Helm. And so game 10, which we'll be showing later on today, is going to be between Trelleborg and Helm. And then, yeah, Mind Sanity in New Holland is the game that is playing right now.
There we go. Oh, Tita having a bit of a problem there. What's going on? Because he was still in the tractor. So let's see how this is going to play out in the end. But he's going to be, of course, now moving forward. I'm not sure if that costed any of the time, but the location is great for the first bale as he will be heading on the field. And we should have the baler following him. Just in a matter of seconds, I'm going to be starting to press the first bale. And, of course, thinking about the as they can lever on the Mind Sanity side. The setup is building a little bit slower as they missed some of the challenges or lost some of the challenges that they had. So they will be also quite far. So it's not just, every time when we talk about the first bale, it's not only about who's going to win the challenges, because the challenges are always happening at the pad closest to the barn. So who will win those? Who will get the combine? Who will get the baler? And if they will get both of them, which are close to the barn, then of course they're in a great setup and a great position to make it that very fast first bale. But then the losing team of those challenges will have to go further away, so it's going to cost them some time. And then they're also starting to make that bale from a location that is further away. And Fatu's going to go for the first delivery, going to be swinging that in, going to be 1 with 15. So very slow first bale for New Holland. And Mind Sanity also just 2 points away. So this is pretty close. Silo closed and bridges lowered on the first batch or the wave of drops. And let's see if anybody wants to go for this, because I'm having a bit of a mixed feelings about these ones. That does it make any sense to actually take any of these?
Yeah, I don't think either team is going to go anywhere near those drops. Silo closes at the moment, and the same with Bridges lowered. Both teams just trying to get that grain together and get those bales pressed. In fact, they're not even getting to the point where they're looking to press bales at the moment. It is get as much grain collected as possible. Those combines out there making grain, making sure so they can eventually make bales, and neither of those drops are going to affect that.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, the grain collection is happening as we speak. Pretty much the even situation. New Holland maybe started a little bit earlier, but nothing that major. I mean, about 5,000 liters of a difference, but that's not going to make, in the end, that much of a difference. And we'll see how they will play it. We have big haul versus big haul, so it's the same perks on the both sides. And as we can see, PB and John, they are nicely following the usual route for the work that completing here on the fields. And yeah, let's just wait and see how this will play in the end. Some kind of a change in the formation, so then it's going to be shifting to Hannes on the other side of the road, the other field on the other side of that one, and everything seems to be just work as usual.
Yeah, I'm not expecting the grain difference at the moment to make much difference in the grand scheme of things. I think both teams will basically try and fill up that trailer as quickly as they can. It will be a very short job for Mind Sanity to go and harvest just that little bit more. It might put them a single bale or two behind, but I don't think overall that's going to cause them a massive issue. And so things are fairly even at the moment in the game.
Yeah, we should be getting the second wave of the drops in about 25 seconds, so then we'll see. Will there be something? I mean, Silo Clause was already at the first batch, meaning that it's not gonna spawn on the second one at all, so Grain Multiplier probably is the, let's say, the most disruptive one at this point, which can come out of the drops, especially when the both teams are playing with the big haul. And we'll see. There they are. And direct delivery, speed up. So I guess speed up is maybe the one which they're gonna go for. And both teams gonna be picking up the same. Let's see what's the plan. Yeah, speed up.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this will be, I would say, I don't know what to call this kind of a game. Do or die, more or less. That you just have to get the best performance out of yourself. So even the smallest mistakes are gonna be costing you quite a bit. So you just have to, as we say, GSD, gets stuff done.
And you can see now, though, that grain difference has closed up considerably. There's only 3,000 litres in it. Yes, New Holland are still out there harvesting and doing more grain, but I think that that's not going to last too long, that advantage. Although they are delivering now, and they've got themselves up to a 2.8 multiplier advantage. Be interested to see how this shakes out at the end of things. Insanity now bringing their grain in as well. It should even things up fairly quickly. One extra bale for Insanity, so it's gone the way opposite to how I expected to. New Holland bringing in a combine full of grain on top as well. So that is going to be very useful for them. But so that case combine sitting there for Insanity. And in fact, this might explain the original grain difference between the two. With New Holland having managed to get that John Deere combine, which has a larger grain tank than the case combine that is currently being used, has been used by Insanity.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, not expecting really miracles from these deliveries. Let's see how this will play out. There still might be a slight advantage to New Holland in the end.
Yep.
But no. Yeah, 2.1. Okay, that was fast. I didn't even realize that they delivered because it was just coming so fast. I was still looking at the 15,000. Oh, there's 0. What just happened? That's pretty much the same feeling that I have when I go out and then I just watch the money disappearing from the wallet.
It is just a single bale advantage. Or was a single bale advantage. 2 bale advantage. Now back to a single bale for Insanity at the moment. That's not going to be enough to counter this multiplier, though, as Hannes gets a Lord Baler and immediately gets points scored for Insanity. 151.
Yeah, that's gonna help with the kind of like evening up the situation after having a slightly worse multiplier. So yeah, this is pretty even. I'm kind of curious to see how this goes because the point difference is small, the differences in the amount of bales is small as well, and there's still time to press some more as well. So this is very even, and yeah, very curious to see how this will play out. But New Holland is delivering as we speak. We can see that the points are racking up. Tita is doing a great job at the bell, just very constantly getting the bales. I like the formation, how the bells are also looking right next to the belt area, that they are easy to pick up for Tita, because sometimes we see that the bales are right next to the belt, and then there's kind of like this extra reverse that they need to do, and a slightly tighter angle to turn in as well, and that is sometimes which is causing not really mistakes, but it makes the placing of the bales a little bit more complicated, and of course in a hurry situation that things can happen. So I like when they are a little bit further away, like we can see Insanity currently placing them here as well, about the same area, and Hannes on the other side. So yeah, this is looking pretty good for both of the teams. With New Holland, I would say that they have a slight advantage. We can see that they are leading by 60 points. They have the multiplier, and they do have about the same amount of bales as well. So I would say that New Holland, they are having a more comfortable situation currently, so something should be needed from their side for Insanity to be able to catch up.
Both Tita and PB using that JCB to their advantage. Really maneuverable track to that. Although Tita has one of his bales has fallen off, and he's going to have to go in and collect that.
Yeah, let's see. 40 seconds to go. Yeah, almost. I mean, all the bales for New Holland are right here, as we can see that they actually had all the bales around the belt area. And My Insanity is still collecting them. So let's say that New Holland, they have a slightly better progress, but they don't have any bales more. 25 seconds, the New Holland is out of bales. Nope, suddenly they will come up. So more bales are actually, I don't know what happened there. Because I'm pretty sure that there was 0 bales on the for a while. But anyway, so they are scoring. New Holland is scoring. My Insanity is scoring at the same time as well.
It's going New Holland.
1 point, 50 points, and yeah, there's no more bales for My Insanity to catch up that lead. So New Holland will claim the first game of the series, and it was, even though the scores are not completely reflecting it, but it was a tight one.
It was very much. That was well played, and yeah, you can see how tight that was. Wow, 23 bales delivered compared to 24. 2 more bales. Two more bales delivered in the top for New Holland. Gave them a good point advantage. Plus, they had that multiplier in their favor. Nice solid game there from New Holland. They played that really, really well, I think.
Yeah, it was a good one. I mean, no mistakes, pretty stable results. There wasn't anything that special on the drops. It wasn't that disruptive. So both teams kind of like just did their thing. And this time New Holland did it slightly better.
And it'll be interesting going into the second game with My Insanity slightly on the back foot. They need to come out fighting. They need to get a good first bale, put themselves on the front foot, and cause New Holland a little bit of trouble early on. If they can do that, I think they have a chance to disrupt New Holland and win the game. We saw it actually in the last game, Vultra versus Farming Friends, when Vultra got badly on the back foot in that first game. They then made a lot of mistakes, and you kind of want to come out strong and early and cause teams to be chasing you and making mistakes as a result, because that's exactly what then happened the other way around in the next 2 games. And we saw it a little bit here with New Holland being on the offensive, being very much on top the whole way through, and it was causing My Insanity to make a few small mistakes that overall cost them the game.
True. Yeah, the second game will be interesting if it's going to be anyhow different. I mean, for example, perk-wise, are they going to play with the same ones? And then, yeah, because we didn't have any disruptive elements more or less on the previous game. So, of course, kind of, let's see what's going to happen there. So every game is different. But we didn't see any bigger mistakes or anything like that. We saw like 1 bale dropping in that ball. You can hardly call that a mistake. It's more like a working accident if you do enough bale stacking. So we'll see how the second game is going to build up. And yeah, I mean, of course, I'm glad to see New Holland performing well. But then also, I mean, of course, I have nothing against having My Insanity performing well as well. So either team is going to be who's going to be, let's say, coming out on the top from this series. They will have a, because also My Insanity, even though they are 20 points away from Vultra and Trelleborg, and 50 points away from New Holland, but if My Insanity would be winning this one, it would be really good for them when you think about the grand final at FarmCon.
At least 1 telehandler is going to be available. In fact, both telehandlers are going to be available. My Insanity continuing to ban the large tractors, and New Holland going for a ban of 2 of the front loader tractors. Crucially, not the JCB in there. And this is the thing. I would expect teams to grab the JCB, a telehandler, and a big tractor, and that to be a really good combination. We'll see if it actually comes out that way. Teams have been going for 2 large tractors rather than a large tractor and a front loader.
Hmm.
See what they
Yeah, this is
go
something
for,
we
and
discussed on the last tournament, that the telehandlers have been more in the play lately. So teams are more comfortable playing with them, because some time ago it was like de facto that they were always banned. So the only thing what I'm really curious with the telehandlers is that when we'll see the first game of Helm, that will they be allowed to play with the telehandlers still? So will Helm be the element that's gonna make them being banned again or not? Anyways, so the second game of the series, New Holland winning the first one, and we are out from the gates, and we can see Tita heading towards the combine. We can see Mines at the same time going for the Baylor, so not going to be challenging each other at all. So PB is going to be claiming a New Holland. We can see Fato actually losing this one, so this is looking to be pretty good for My Insanity. So we'll see when they finally will find their places. And Fato is almost like a cat that is just walking away, like the tail between his legs, you know. After having a clash at the pad, and let's see what he's going to be trying to find out. He's going to go all the way back up, and he will find the Baylor from here, and that's going to be costing some time for New Holland for sure, because only 20 seconds before we have 9 minutes on the clock, which would be the benchmark for 140 first Bale. And on the X-ray, we actually saw that My Insanity was not that far away from the barn. But here he is, Jan, heading back. It's not going to be 140, but it's going to be 130 something for sure, unless he's going to make some kind of a mistake. So we'll cross the first bridge, and based on, let's see if he's going to toss that in, 132 maybe is doable, but he's going to reverse that in. So it's going to be 28 maybe, 27, 28. So they will still claim it. So My Insanity will take the first Bale, and let's see what's going to be the gap, as Fato will be coming 119. So it's not the end of the world. 9 points of difference only.
I think Fato was going for disrupting My Insanity there, because they'd already won. Tita had already won that John Deere combine and was in a really good position to get a strong first Bale. And yeah, Fato going for the combine didn't make an awful lot of sense unless they were trying to delay My Insanity. So yeah, no idea why he was doing that.
Yeah, interesting fact, very small detail, but still, the silo close coming second time in a row on the first wave of drops. So it's once again out of the way for the second wave. So once again, let's see the what kind of disruptions there's gonna be, if there's gonna be any. But the silo closed is away. I don't know. Oh, it's gonna be picked by My Insanity even at this point. So they are planning to maybe do an early delivery. Let's see. My Insanity will pick that up, meaning that New Holland, if they would like to decide to do some early delivery, that's going to be an option for them. And I think what we need to follow, I don't think it's going to be the case, but I want to see what's happening with the bale counts for My Insanity. Will they start to press some bales? Because now with this setup, they could try to pour something down on the silo and do some very, very early deliveries. They still have about a minute of time to use it exactly till the 6-minute mark about. So let's see. Of course, it's just a guess, but it could be a thing, as John seems to be heading towards the silo. And it's going to take about 15 seconds to drive there from here, meaning that there would be about 25 seconds of time to actually deliver it, which is not going to be a problem, but the bale should exist, or bales, if they want to do some kind of a delivery. So let's wait and see. So John is arriving, and actually not going to be having any kind of a hurry to do so. I mean, the delivery, and he's not even going to do the delivery. So they will just pick up the silo close, and they will decide that they will not go for any kind of an early play. They just baited a little bit the New Holland side, I would say.
I think it was an attempt to basically control New Holland and go, we're not going to deliver now. We don't want New Holland delivering now. We want to make sure that they don't deliver. Next drop happen. And yeah, so I think it's gone in their favour a little bit. It has been that little bit of disruption that takes control of the game. It means that New Holland is doing what My Insanity wants them to do, not what New Holland.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. I mean, who knows? But anyways, that situation has been dealt with, and just a couple of seconds until we get the second wave of drops, and there they are. So let's wait and see. And bale drop and bridges raise. So nothing that huge. Maybe bridges raised could be a thing at this point, but we'll see. Very hard to say if the teams are going to be going for it and if they actually see the need for either of these to waste the time. But the position of them is, I mean, yeah, it's pretty far away. But it's also like pretty close to the bar, so who knows? Maybe they will pick up something later. But now the deliveries are starting, so we can see New Holland actually pouring down some grain, and we can see My Insanity doing so as well. Both teams are now trying to figure out what's going to happen with the multipliers, but based on the grain counts, it's a very even situation. So after all the grain has been delivered, as we have no multipliers whatsoever, I think the situation will be very even. Maybe 2.1 for... I think it's going to be either 2.0 for both, or maybe My Insanity could be getting 2.1 just barely, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be completely even. Of course, pending if they're going to collect some more, but yeah, very, very even situation. Meanwhile, no deliveries whatsoever, so the score situation is still completely the same as well.
New Holland have grabbed the bridges raised per drop, though, and have raised the bridges, or the remaining bridge on My Insanity side, for nearly a full 2 minutes. That is definitely going to slow down My Insanity, which is quite important for New Holland at the moment. My Insanity have a front loader tractor, are able to bring 5 bales back at a time, and making them go that little bit further is going to help negate that advantage. So we'll now get to see if New Holland's choice of going with 2 powerful tractors will work against a powerful tractor and a front loader.
Yeah.
Oh, and
okay,
Tita going for a chuck. Oh, and 2 of them in, 1 of them failed.
Yeah, but he had the time to do
when
so.
New Holland did? Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I mean, haven't they been doing it in the past as well? I'm not sure. I guess they have. We need to come up with a name. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will not put my mind to it right now. I'm pretty sure that we will have some suggestions on the chat, so maybe we'll just pick something from there. Let's say that the one who comes with the best suggestion for the New Holland, whatever you're gonna call that, will get 5 hugs from Alex at FarmCo.
Well, I am a big fan of New Holland.
Okay, 2.5 minutes to go. So My Insanity scored something. New Holland, they got 2 bales out of 3 inside with that toss. And the bale counts 12 for New Holland and only 6 for My Insanity. But of course, My Insanity has been delivering some more as well. They are now leading with about 80 points. So that is of course explaining the difference on the bale counts as well. And 2 minutes to go. Tita having a lot of bales to work with, which is really nice. On the My Insanity side, the situation is not completely the same, but as they do have actually 15 bales, so they have a lot of bales hiding somewhere, so they need to be starting to move those towards the barn pretty fast, because we have less than 2 minutes to go.
Holland closing up that points gap. 50 points at the moment. Even multipliers means it is just purely down to bales, and My Insanity have the advantage in getting more bales pressed and back because of that front loader. If they can make full advantage of it. And here it is. Here is the thing that I've been talking about all day. In fact, I've been talking about for multiple tournaments. This is why Helm is so successful. Multiple bales back at once. If you have a baler that can bring 3 bales and you get 3 bales on front of the front loader, you can get a maximum of 6 bales back at a time using this method. Whereas if you've got a big tractor with a triple bale baler, you can only get 3 bales. So it can make a massive difference.
Yeah, for sure. And that's maybe the reason why Mindset didn't have that many bales around the belt area, because they can more efficiently bring them there from the field. So 35 seconds to go, and the score situation is pretty even. The bale counts are pretty even as well. A couple more bales for New Holland, but they're also lacking 30 points compared to My Insanity. The multipliers are completely even, and we can see John placing some bales on the belt. We can see Hannes coming with a new set of bales on the back of the baler. One of the bales are actually going to be dropping on a little bit tricky angle, so that could be a thing. 10 seconds to go. My Insanity currently on the lead. New Holland needs to be delivering some more, and we can see still the telehandler being trying to shove something in as he's trying to reach. That's gonna be more points. My Insanity is scoring a lot of points on the final seconds, and the telehandler will do the job, and My Insanity will take the series to the third game as they will win the second one, and the scoreline is 1-1.
Impressive comeback. Exactly the same number of bales delivered, but crucially more in the top for My Insanity. In fact, those last 2 bales in the top were really, really crucial. It was a bigger score difference than that, so just made that clear. But yeah, great play, great comeback from My Insanity, and taking our second live game of the day. Second live match of the day to 3 games. It's some really hard fought stuff here.
Yeah, every time I see the telehandler on the final seconds, in a way, like reaching out to the very the second floor of the barn, I get this feeling like I would be in a zoo, and I would have some kind of a lollipop, and I would be giving it out to the monkey in a tree or something like that, and that would be snatching it from there. Oh, he took it.
It is a really powerful tool to score points right at the end. It makes such a difference used properly. And I was wondering as we were getting to the end of that whether we were going to see New Holland putting bales in the top, because they had a few that they had there with the telehandler that they could have put in the top and chose to just quickly put in the bottom. And My Insanity showing that how that can really pay off if you go for that instead. So yeah, I fantastic play there from My Insanity. They are right back in this, and very possible that this could go either way in this final game.
Yeah, interesting to see how this will play out. But yeah, it can go either way, just like we had the Vultra and Farming Friends. So who knows what's going to happen on the third game. And we'll be heading towards that in a matter of seconds. So both of the matches so far, they have reached the third game of the series. And I mean, this one is a little bit different because, I mean, both of the games have been very even all the time. No disruptions. The multipliers have been the same. The perks have been the same. We haven't seen any huge mistakes either. So they have been pretty even. So it's not like the previous series with Vultra and Farming Friends, who actually had a bit of a gap, for example, on the second game. And they were like more, they were won with the bigger margin. So let's see how the third one is going to change. They will have the same perk. That's what I'm pretty sure about, unless somebody decides to play with the herbicide. But then whatever happens in the game, it stays in the game.
So My Insanity banning first, and the Terror track is going for them. I'm going to be really interested to see if New Holland ban the telehandlers at all. It definitely seemed to be a little bit more of an advantage for My Insanity last time, but it seems not. The Vultra has been banned by New Holland.
I think they're both very comfortable playing with the telehandlers. I mean, we saw both teams trying to go for the tosses. Okay, we saw that, yes, My Insanity was reaching out in the end and claiming some points. But also, I think that Tita's work around the belt is very good with the telehandler. So I think he's very efficient with it. And I don't think that they want to let it go. So they prefer to play with it every time they can. And then the question is that, like I said, that if they will be facing Helm, for example, will they still prefer to work with the telehandlers? Do they see that Helm, for example, would be having such a big advantage with the telehandlers when compared to the other teams? So that is something we'll figure out later. So let's not worry about that at all. And meanwhile, we're going to be, of course, focusing on the picks and the bans as always.
Yeah, both teams choosing very similar setups here. So with both teams going for Unstoppable, both teams going for the same Combine and Baler. Both teams going for the same setup in their player pick vehicles except for the last choices. Once again, Mind Sanity going for that front loader tractor, while New Holland goes for a second large tractor. I am going to have to ask teams at FarmCon exactly why they're going for two large tractors over going for the telehandler and or the second front loader tractor setup, because it does just seem to be a massive disadvantage in the closing stages of the game.
Okay, we do have a challenge, as we can see. Teams are heading for the class. And I'm not sure what actually happened. There also there's going to be a challenge for the Baylor as well, because see Fato getting another one. And then we can see New Holland. Yeah, this was Fato bringing that up. So Mindset's going to be losing that challenge. And we'll see what else is happening here. John needs to go pretty far away. So it seems to be that New Holland has been, in a way, winning the battle. So they should be, I think they should be in a better position to make the first bale. John is going to be picking the baler from here pretty far away.
Crucially.
New Holland is right here. So they are that close, and Fato is going to be just going. So this could be this should be 140 something. So let's see how big it will be. So if he's going to toss that in, because I would say that 144 maybe is no. I think it's going to be 142. Yep. So there we go. 142, so that is the second highest first bale which we have seen all day, and my Insanity was pretty far away, so I'm expecting that the gap is going to be at least 20 points, even more after this one. So it's going to be less than 120 for sure, and I don't know, let's see, he's not going to toss that. 115 maybe, that could be a thing, or 114, something on that ballpark. No, 116. But still, it's a reasonable gap, 26 points, so it's more than one bale. And as Alex would say, what is it, like a 1.3 bales?
Somewhere around that. I hate to calculate it. I was just thinking, that was... quite a battle that we had at the start there. So, interestingly, My Insanity won the battle for the Combine. Crucially, they have both class Combines, so they have a significant advantage in the amount of grain they can deliver. I'm fully expecting My Insanity to be able to get a 2.1.9 multiplier. However, that is now mitigated quite a bit by the fact that Batu managed to beat the My Insanity player, I think it was Jan, managed to beat Jan to the closest baler. That meant Jan had to go a long way to get a baler, and that caused a huge delay in the first bale and allowed New Holland to get such a strong first bale.
Yeah, I think the 26 points, we can say that it's 13 tenths of a bale. Okay, we are coming up with some creative ways about telling the differences in bales. Okay, so 7 minutes to go, and remember, it's got to be the third game of the series, so whoever's going to win this one will be heading, of course, staying on the upper bracket. And I know that I'm now going slightly ahead of things, but I just want to say it. So we spoke about the telehandlers, and we spoke about Helm. So on the next game, we're actually going to be seeing Helm playing versus Trelleborg tires. And for sure, that's going to be a very interesting game. So I'm just making sure that you guys will stay for the next game as well, because it's a very interesting one. And there we will decide the fate of the telehandlers, I'm pretty sure about. But let's focus on this series now. That's why I said that I'll probably go ahead of things, but I just wanted to say that. So yeah, 45 seconds until we see the second wave of the drops. New Holland, yes, in the lead, but what I like in this setup is that even when Insanity didn't have the greatest first bale, they are still actually leading on the grade. So usually it's the other way around, as kind of like the team loses time who is delivering the first bale, but yeah, this time it's gonna be the opposite, so that is good news for My Insanity.
I think we've got several of the Holland players who aren't playing today in the chat on Twitch, and I'm currently trying in my French to read what they're saying in my poor grasping French. to read what they're saying. Trying to get the 411 on what they're thinking about how they're thinking. Seems to be fairly positive.
The drops are here.
I can believe. And the drops are here, yeah.
Speed limit and direct delivery, so nothing that disruptive. So we have had a nice amount of matches now without any kind of a bigger disruption for a while. So we'll see if that happens at some point, but for the time being, it's pretty comfortable for any of the teams. We can see the setup being built here once again by Mind Sanity. Tita's got to go for the speed limit. That's going to be probably picked by Mind Sanity as well at the later stage because they don't want to give that advantage away for sure. And yeah, the pouring of the grain can start as well because there's no disruptions or anything like that. So both teams are now putting down the grain, but as we saw, the grain amounts were quite even, and that means that we are not expecting to have any major shifts in the multiplier. And the only thing that I'm of course curious is that Mind Sanity, there's setup stopped. So somebody needs to go and do something. As we can see, Hannes is working on it. So there may be a slight time slot for New Holland to deliver something actually with a bigger multiplier because the pouring down will take more time for Mind Sanity.
Sanity now filling up the overload to even things up while New Holland are bringing in bales. And in fact, are also delivering grain. So both teams delivering grain at the moment. Both teams under a slowdown. So that's going to slow everything down. And is Tita going to go for a chuck or a throw? No, he's going to get that nicely lined up. And this is so that he can try and score some points. However, I don't think it's going to be enough. No, in fact, it's gone the other way. Mind Sanity have managed to get a 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier. And that's not great for New Holland because New Holland are a bale behind as well.
Yeah, that's true. They did manage to get a slightly better multiplier. I would say that I always think that if you have just 1.9, 2.1 difference, it's a very small difference. I mean, very rarely we actually see that the games are going to be win margin that is so low. But of course, it can happen, and it of course makes a difference on the points. But I still think this is doable, especially when New Holland is still leading on the points, and they're actually now leading on the bales as well. So let's see. But I didn't see that coming in a way that Mind Sanity would be actually snatching up the 2.1, but it was such a small difference in the end. So yeah, maybe that explains it. But 2.5 minutes to go. We did have a super drop gonna be picked by Mind Sanity. So that is going onto their pockets, about 43 points of a difference, and now as we're coming on 2 minutes, we can see that the teams are starting to build their setups.
Mind Sanity have the bottom boost at the moment, and they are not putting bales in the bottom. They've wasted the entire bottom boost putting bales on the belt. I don't get that.
Yeah, me neither. What actually happened there? I wasn't honestly looking at that closely, but yeah, for sure they didn't deliver much. So I don't know. Maybe they trying to build something else. Who knows? I don't know. Nope, they are just putting them on the belt. I mean, this is New Holland, of course, so not Mind Sanity. So let's see. But the I don't know. Yeah, weird situation. And yeah, both teams are scoring as we speak. Mind Sanity is scoring all the way almost to 400 points. New Holland's gonna be 64 points away. And so they need to score 4 more bales to be even, but they do have 4 more bales which they can use. And the final minute will be starting in some seconds. So then, of course, the last minute madness, if it happens. Good to remember it's the 3rd game of the series, meaning that the winner of this one, I mean, of this series, will be decided on this match. Who's gonna stay on the upper bracket? Who's gonna drop down on the lower one? And yeah, the score situation. No really changes there. Both teams are just doing the work, and now, yeah, we know that even the smallest mistakes are not gonna be a good thing, and that is actually looking a bit shaky, which Tita is putting. But I think it's gonna make it all the way on the 2nd floor. But it wasn't the most stable pile of bales that I have seen.
slight lead now for New Holland. They've managed to get a lot of bales on there. They've got a lot of bales back at their bar. They are doing really well at the moment. They're pulling out a nice lead, and in fact, My Insanity are struggling to get the bales back, which really surprises me because were in a much better position. We're down to the last 4 seconds. Big lead pulled out here for New Holland, and yes, New Holland have taken it by quite a margin. I'm slightly surprised by that, but pleasantly so because they've worked pretty hard to get it.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, yeah, they will win by 80 points, and yeah, they did very well. 5 more bales delivered as well. It was an interesting series as a whole. I mean, all the games were really steady. There wasn't any mistakes. There was no big upsets. They were just doing the work. So the teams really needed to work for the money this time.
Yeah, that was a really good number of bales delivered for New Holland there. They got 25 bales scored, I think to like 19 for My Insanity. I'm not quite sure why, when My Insanity had the advantage of that front loader, they were able to deliver so fewer bales. New Holland, on their bale pressing and on their bale delivery, were absolutely on fire there and doing really, really well at it. Despite, as we were saying, that grain multiplier disadvantage. 1.9 to 2.1 isn't that much of an advantage these days. We know teams win on a regular basis at that kind of disadvantage, and they do it exactly the way New Holland did just then. They get more bales done, and they deliver more. We're out for a break. We will don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the 8th tournament of the Farming Simulator League's 5th season. It is our last tournament before the grand finals at FarmCon in 6 weeks' time. And we are having a blast today. We've had 2 matches live on here, and both of them have gone to 3 games. Some really great play, I'm thinking, today, Copter.
Yeah, I really have enjoyed the first game, the series which we had with the Farming Friends and Vultra. It was a really exciting one. And then, of course, the second game, which we just saw as well, was a very even one. It wasn't maybe not so as exciting because there weren't that many events and strategies played. All teams were both teams were very even all the time, but still a very close one, and a close series is always a good one. But then the third one that we're going to be seeing next, of course, we'll be seeing the replays now before that, but then we will have Helm versus Trelleborg Tires, which is of course a very interesting one. Helm beat Astragon, and Trelleborg Tires actually beat Lindner on the first round, which is of course an important thing because Lindner is one of those second place teams who is trying to hold that place. And now we can see that the other teams, Vultra and also New Holland, have been so far winning their matches, and of course this is going to be an important one for Trelleborg Tires as well. Meanwhile, as the replays are running, so we don't see any that crazy things happening. As the people are, some of the challenges, yes, so these of course happened, but that's pretty much it. And actually there was an interesting move how they won it, but I would say business as usual more or less. It was the toss from Tita, where 2 out of 3 went in. And there was a quote regarding this, I think, from Meatloaf, that 2 out of 3 is not bad. And that was mentioned on the chat. So, Tita did well.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have got that telehandler off there if that hadn't been the last few seconds. That looked very stuck. That was a very final moment. That was just a beautiful toss in there. That first bail from Holland. Yeah, and that did not go well for Jan at the end there. So that's why they had 2 bales undelivered, because Jan didn't manage to make it up that ramp at the end, and just caused him a load of problems.
But in the end, it wouldn't have made a difference because the gap was something 80 points or something like that. So those 2 bales, unfortunately, didn't make the difference. The only thing that we are still wondering was the fact why they didn't use the bottom boost when they had it available, as Alex pointed out earlier, that they were just piling the bales on the belt and not really using the bottom boost. Maybe a communication issue or something like that. They didn't realize that this is the situation, or maybe they were building something else. But there was no combo either coming out of that.
Because the odd thing about that was it was the person who's driving the telehandler who went and got the bottom boost, grabbed 3 bales, and then immediately went and put them on the belt rather than putting them in the bottom. And to me, that would have been an opportunity to put all of the bales that were around there in the bottom and then run out with the telehandler, grab more bales so that your balers didn't have to bring more in.
Yeah, maybe they had an idea. And I love the picture from Trelleborg. I don't think that I have seen that before. We are here. We are watching. We are definitely in the game. And Trelleborg Tires actually has been an interesting team because they didn't start the season, I think, straight from the first tournament. They kind of like came in the middle. So I would say that not completely, but I would say that they were a little bit absent on the first part of the season. But then when they kind of like came with the with force, I would say. So they have definitely shown, let's say, on the second half of the season that they have been really strong team and a really strong opponent. And Helm, they should be very cautious with this one.
And first disruptive play of the day as Helm ban the class combine, taking the most powerful combine in the FSL out of being able to be chosen. Both teams going for the New Holland instead as a result. And the telehandlers are available to everybody as well.
Yeah, telehandler. So Helm is allowed to play with the telehandlers. I like this. I think this is what we saw in the last tournament as well. And Yeah, so I do like it when the telehandlers are more in the play.
And Helm now have the setup, which I think is probably the best setup in the game. They have a telehandler, they have a large tractor, and they have the JCB, which is the fastest of the front loader tractors. So they are able to press bales and get them back quickly in large numbers with that JCB. Elmore about to give us a masterclass in how you score lots of points with lots of bales in the last 3 minutes.
So let's see. We can see Martin going for the combine. Loiko needs to go for the ideal. It's a little bit further away, but it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. So let's see how this plays out. But so far, I don't see any major challenges, which means that we could have an interesting, pretty even first bale, actually. I see Martin and Paul. So they are not that far away. This could be a good one, actually. So I'm eager to see how this will play, and we will see that in some seconds, or at least a minute. And yeah, we can see Paul already coming for the delivery. 147. That was a fast one. And I didn't even see him try to flick that out because the camera angle was a little bit on the side. It was like coming like a lightning, to be honest. So Helm will have a very, very strong start. I mean, that is always usually the case, unless they will do some kind of a mistake, or unless they have JK trying to do the first delivery. And Hayden will be slightly slower, 121, so that's going to be 26 points of difference here now. So not the greatest start for Trelleborg Ties, but still completely doable.
First drop has just spawned, and I'm trying to see that crazy tool and bridges lowered. I would say if either team is going to grab one, they're probably going to grab bridges lowered. But to be honest, neither is particularly useful at this stage in the game.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes we see that the teams are picking bridges lowered, and but it doesn't really make much of a difference at this point, because I don't think that people are really looking towards, like, taking any bales around the barn area at this point. So maybe it's not a thing. But yeah, definitely interesting. I kind of like that the moment, the suspense here, how things are waiting to build up as it's still Helm and Trelleborg Tires. A lot of I want to see how this will happen. We still have to wait for a couple of minutes. I think the next crucial thing is when we'll see the first deliveries of grain, and then of course when on the 5.5 minute mark, what will happen with the drops as they are coming, spawning at that point. So let's see. And of course we can try to make some kind of estimations on the based on the movement of the vehicle. So kind of trying to see if there's any indication what they will try to do with the grain. The grain is pretty even, no bales have been pressed at all. And yeah, this is, I mean, they do have a bit of a different route for the big haul. I mean, they are both playing big haul. And Paul's location in a way indicates that he might be heading towards the silo at some point here, but it's not that full. So I'm not really convinced that he will actually go. But yeah, he is actually heading towards that direction. So there could be an early delivery from the big haul. And then probably he's going to try to collect some more as well, all the way into it. And yeah, he's definitely going for it. Heine's going to go for it as well. So there will be grain deliveries, it seems to be, before the drops that are coming down. So Heinen will be pouring it down, and should be just a matter of seconds before Helm is going to do something about it as well. 2.5-ish. And yeah, he will actually leave it there. I'm always wondering how the grain actually stays inside of that trailer when the rear hatch is open, when you can see like the wall of grain there. So there's something, I don't know, like a Jedi Star Wars force field or something like that.
Martin filling up that New Holland Combine, and actually the New Holland Combines are interesting. You can't actually see how much grain is in their tank from above, because they have that cover on it, so it's much more difficult to predict how full those are. is nicely finished.
Mm-hmm.
And Silos Close and Speed Up. I am fully expecting Silos Close to be grabbed by both teams. How much disruption there is. And in fact, Helm are now dropping a grain quickly with the Silos Closed having turned up. As Trelleborg head right up there to grab it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be taking their time though, so Highland is not in a hurry. I mean, kind of like the damage is already done, so it doesn't really make much of a difference now because I mean, Helm they can't really deliver anymore. So, and now both teams are actually waiting for the very final moments because I mean, Trelleborg knows that they cannot really take any kind of an advantage now picking that up, so they want to wait as long as they can. But Helm is actually also doing exactly the same. Kind of countering the strategy in this situation that the Trelleborg can't really take huge advantage from that fact. So now they are actually, yeah, this is very nice for Helm because they can actually keep this multiplier and they can deliver if they feel like it. They have 1.5 minutes almost time to deliver some bales with 2.9 multiplier. The belt speed is not the greatest, but it's still doable. And they of course have the telehandlers as well. So now maybe some Helm hurdles would be in place. They would be big ones. I mean, they would be almost 90 points per toss, 87. So that would be really nice to see actually to happen at this point. And yeah, I think that the Trelleborg they tried to really use the silo close the right way, wait all the way till the final seconds, and yeah, but then Helm of course kind of understood this and they just waited as well. So, but there is about 10 seconds difference on that one, so there's a slight chance for Trelleborg to do something, but there's maybe time for that toss as Martin comes in, but no, he will just he will keep
he's
waiting.
Going for it.
There we go. Martin is coming with the 3 bales on the fork and 2 of them. So 2 out of 3. It's not bad, says Meatloaf.
But a great score there. That's exactly what Helm need to be doing at this point. They've got this 2.9 multiplier. They need to be loading bales into the top, and I think we're going to see Paul doing the same. However, here come Trelleborg, evening things up, dumping that entire trailer. It's going to send things completely the other way. And now, this would be a perfect time for Helm to grab the multiplier switch to cause things to go the other way just as they are about to deliver grain. And there we go. So the multiplier that Trelleborg had an advantage is now going to go the other way for the entire time that they have
don't even use it. They just want to block it, and now they can start pouring down the grain. Exactly. There we go. So they will get it about even, I would say. Yeah, 2.0 on the both sides. So if we think about, I mean, yeah, there was actually a Trelleborg scoring a couple of bales, but they didn't get the advantage from the multiplier at all. So Helm, by picking that super drop, they kind of denied the possibility of utilizing the higher multiplier at all. And I mean, the situation could have been that Trelleborg would have had, let's say, like 20, 30 points more currently than what they have. So that is what they kind of benefited from it. I mean, Helm. So and now it's just back for the usual deliveries. Helm having so many bales compared to Trelleborg tires. I mean, 10 points of the difference, they equal multipliers. So yeah, this will be interesting. But I think that even though the changes on that part of the game were quite small, I would still say that Helm played it absolutely right.
Oh yeah, this is at this point the most disruptive match, the most disruptive game that we've had today. Both teams going for disrupting each other. Helm coming right out of the gate by banning that combine. Trelleborg managing to lock Helm out of silo for a good 30-40 seconds. The difference, but Helm coming straight back with that super drop and reversing that multiplier, meaning Trelleborg can't use it at all. Helm managing to score points while they had a 2.9 multiplier, which is a big advantage. Yeah, really disruptive game, and I'm loving seeing this.
Yeah, and it's very tight. I mean, still just the 10 points of a difference. Of course, Helm still having more bales, but the multipliers are even. We don't have any kind of drops or anything coming up, so we don't see any kind of tricks unless someone's going to be trying to pull some kind of a combo, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Paul and Martin both operating here, so to get some bales on the second floor. Martin's going to be going around Paul, and they're almost like dancing around the belt, to be honest. Ice skating would be a good term as well for this one. So it's looking very good, and Helm still having 4 more bales. So let's see. We can see Loiko getting 1 more bale in, and they have, where are they? They are here too. So he's going to be trying to do something about it. Does he have the time to actually get them in at all?
No.
He's going to be missing them, and Helm is going to claim it. He tried, but didn't have the time, and Helm, I think even without those 2 bales, let's see when we have the scores, I think Helm would have had this on their pocket. Yeah, 585,
wow.
So 110 points for difference, those 2 bales. Even if he would have been able to toss them on the second floor, they wouldn't have made any kind of a difference. But the Helm, 0 bales undelivered, and that is the traditional Helm.
Yeah, Helm showing again with the precision they've got, creating more bales, scoring more points. 100 points is the biggest difference we've had between 2 teams so far today, and just doing so well at it, absolutely showing why they are so strong and executing things flawlessly, and coming back when Trelleborg disrupted them, coming back and disrupting Trelleborg in return. Just absolute masterclass there from Helm.
Yeah, very well done. And of course, I mean, it is only the first game of the series, so but this definitely kind of sets the tone. So yeah, big haul played by both of the sides, and let's see if we're gonna be getting the same perks on this and on the next game as well. But of course, Helm being the circuit point leader, and Trelleborg, well, of course they know that they have a tough opponent. But they need all the points. So of course, dropping on the second bracket, I'm actually wondering that will we have some kind of decisions coming up there, as they will play against. We'll see. Let's not go to. I think they will play
My
actually
Insanity, I think.
Yeah, My Insanity. So we will have on the lower bracket in a pretty early stage, My Insanity versus Helm or Trelleborg tires, which will already set some kind of a tone. So just telling what kind of an importance this match actually has, because if Helm is going to win the second one, then Trelleborg's going to drop down on the lower bracket, which means that we have 2 teams from top 6, which all of them are trying to fight from that second place on the circuit points to be able to have a better chance for the FarmCon final. So yeah, there will be, let's say, meaningful things happening on the lower bracket in a pretty early stage.
Absolutely, it's so much to play for today. The overall standings are so close. And even this game here has massive consequences, even though neither team will go out if they lose this match. The team that goes into the lower bracket, it's going to have quite a big effect on the rest of the overall standings.
Yeah, that is true. Well, we'll just wait and see what will happen. As we can see that we are heading towards the ban phase. We can see the telehandlers are going to be allowed once again. So no changes on that policy. And I do like this policy. I cannot underline that enough, because I have been bringing that up all the time. But it's really, really nice when we see the telehandlers actually being allowed to play. They were almost like in a cage for the first part of the season. And now they are finally unleashed.
And yeah, no big surprises in what's been banned and what's been picked so far. It's kind of expected for Helm to ban that class combine. It really takes an immediate advantage out that could happen if you fail to get it, and they don't want to give teams that kind of grain advantage if they can. Going for the Vultra though this time, Helm. are ready to go. So we're going to see which combines and balers are out on the front podiums. It looks like the New Holland baler is not available this time. Both the Ideal and the John Deere are nicely out there in front. So looks like both Martin and somebody from Trelleborg are going for that John Deere, and Trelleborg are ahead and have grabbed it. Martin immediately making a beeline for that Ideal.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Paul is going to win the baler. So, yeah, I mean, Trelleborg is having a great start. I think Helm is having a great start as well. And then Hayden's going to be finally finding the New Holland baler as well. And that's going to take a bit of a longer time to get there. But it's not that far away, I mean, as we can see. But this is actually building pretty nice. I think Helm has a slight advantage, but it's not going to be a big one. And on the distance-wise, actually, yeah, let's see. This is actually pretty even, because I think Hayden will be slightly slower to leave from here, so they should be heading almost neck to neck, and he's going to make that one bail, and he's going to be heading towards the bridges. 150 would be now if he would have delivered it, but we could be looking at if he's going to toss that in. It could be like 142 or something on that ballpark, and 141 maybe. Yeah, 141 is going to be for Trelleborg. Tyre Helm is going to right follow, but Paul is going to be having a mistake meanwhile, and the bail, it is on the ground, and it's actually pretty far away from the barn door, so he needs to shove that in. So now the individual skill, the mechanics and everything's going to be coming to the play, and he get that in. Has a slight problem, to be honest with it. And let's see, it's going to take some time. 121 is going to be 20 points of a difference. That is exactly one bail.
That is not great for not a great start for Helm there. They are on the back foot. You know they can come back from it. But yeah, that is still not a great start for them.
Yeah, it is not probably what they were hoping for, but they will have to do at least for the time being. I mean, there's no other option. They will just have to live with it. So let's see how this is going to start building up. The grain situation is almost completely tied. I think there's like a 100 meters or something. That is a very, very small gap. Yeah, we don't see. I mean, well, now when I think about it, the previous tournament, I think we have actually seen Helm to make some mistakes lately, especially with the first bail. Because that is something we saw JK kind of struggling a little bit with it on the past, and yeah, I think Paul has made some mistakes as well. So okay, let's not go on that route. I mean, mistakes can happen; they will happen to everybody, and it's just 20 points. So for sure, if there's any team who can close that kind of a gap, it is Helm for sure.
Both teams now filling up their overloads. About 2,000 meters between them by the looks of it, and that is Trelleborg's advantage, and that's mainly because Helm spent quite a while getting that first bail in, so that has had a knock-on effect. That unforced error of not getting that bail in has caused them to be a little bit behind. I think it's a gap they can close, and Helm are very good at closing the gaps like that. And in fact, they are reaching drop-off the sell point at the same time. Trelleborg are unloading, and Helm are not.
So that's a bit of a change. Let's see, 2.5. This is something where we saw Trelleborg actually leaving the multiplier on the last game as well, exactly when we had the discussion about the force field on the back of the big hole. So that was 2.5 as well. And Helm is not really, yeah, they're just collecting, they're not in a hurry. Maybe they have some kind of an idea that they maybe want to wait for the drops. Haven't seen the grain multiplier, we have seen it only once today. I think it was the first game of the first series. So it has been a bit of absence, so maybe now it's going to be finally the time for the grain multiplier to show up. I don't know. So if that would be the case, then of course that would be really playing to the pockets of Helm, as they didn't do any kind of an initial delivery at all. But only a couple of seconds, and then we're going to be figuring that out. So then we'll see if the grain multiplier actually would be a thing. And the drops are here. Well, not here, they are somewhere, definitely. And speed up and direct delivery, so no grain multiplier. And I think Helm is going to be deciding to deliver pretty soon after seeing this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very quick delivery after this.
But the thing is,
I think either team is. I think they might go for. Yeah, I was about to say. I think they might go for speed up, and that's exactly what Helm have gone for. That will allow them to press more bales.
Yeah, but the thing is that Trelleborg has been meanwhile collecting more grain. So they did the early delivery, and Helm kind of stayed there on 59,000, something like that. And Trelleborg, I think they actually did collect about 10k more. And so this is indicating that Trelleborg actually could be having the advantage from the multiplier all the way till the end. Because I think that should be the end result, unless Helm is going to be starting to collect now more and then delivering more. But for the time being, to me, it seems that the Trelleborg, they do have about 2.1, 2.2 multiplier at the end when all the grain is going to be delivered.
Getting very close to a 3.0, and Helm is still unloading, but now Trelleborg are unloading as well. There is no more grain for Helm, so whatever Trelleborg have, that we leave fire at the end of this. There's still 27,000 litres with a 1.6 fire on Trelleborg's side. This is going to end up fairly even, I think.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, if I'm calculating it right, I would say that 2.1 for Trelleborg, but let's see.
More interesting, though,
complete normal.
Me at the moment is Helm have 15 bales pressed already, and Trelleborg only have 9, and Trelleborg are still there emptying grain. So they've got one of their tractors tied up, emptying. They've got a 2.1 to 1.9, but they are 7 bales behind.
Yeah, I mean, the bales is definitely a problem, so they need to be pressing something, and it's gonna be hard, especially when you know that Helm is so efficient on the final minutes, so also to press some more bales. So even if Trelleborg would be catching up somehow magically those missing bales, then Helm is gonna be just pressing more. So let's see. But currently Trelleborg has taken the lead though, so they are leading with 45 points as we speak. So this is definitely not yet done, but of course I would say that Helm has a slight advantage here. We can see Martin working around the belt, doesn't do that much of a problems, has the telehandler in use as well, so he can do all kinds of tricks, whatever is going to be needed. And now Helm is going to be reclaiming the lead for the time being as Hayden. At the same time delivering some more bales. Loiko with the telehandler will be starting to nicely place them on the belt, but where's he actually going with this? He's gonna put them on the bottom because they're gonna be doing a bale combo counter as we speak, so they needed to go there fastly. So Trelleborg is gonna be countering the combo from Helm, because I was wondering like where is this guy going, why he doesn't go on the belt, but then he had an idea. They had a perfect timing for it as well, but they were definitely doing a great job by countering the combo and then of course claiming some points on the way.
Very tellingly though, Trelleborg are still behind in the points even after getting the extra points from the counter combo. This is really tight. In fact, there's only 4 points in it at the moment as we go into the last minute and a half. In fact, Trelleborg now going into the lead. However, Helm still have a 4 to 5 bale advantage. This is going to be a very tight final minute.
Yeah, this will be, there will be definitely some kind of a tension building up towards the last seconds. That's what I'm expecting, and that's what I'm hoping for as well, because I love those moments every time. And Trelleborg is leading by 70 points, which is quite a big of a lead, to be honest. So, of course, Helm is still leading the series with a 1-0, but Trelleborg is very heavily looking to take this all the way to the third game of the series. Martin, meanwhile, gonna be trying to make some kind of a toss, it seems to me. And there we go. Let's see if that's gonna be getting all the 3 inside this time. And that will be the case. That's gonna be 57 points, my friend. And they are closing the gap, but they still have some work to do. And if I'm reading the bale counts completely right, I mean, Helm, they basically do have the bales to go actually take the lead, but they really need to deliver all of them on the second floor. So what do we have? 27 seconds to go. A couple of fails going on the belt. They will for sure go on the second floor. Martin cannot really afford any kind of a mistake because only 20 seconds to go, so they can't really afford anything. And I think that Helm doesn't actually have the time to put all of them in. There's gonna be two more, or just one on that one. They're gonna reverse something in. So that's gonna be 57 points on the belt, and that's gonna be 500 and about 80 points, which will Trelleborg have. After that one's gonna go inside, and they will actually take the series. Helm will not be able to catch up, and we are going to the third game on this series as well.
I think Trelleborg disrupted Helm quite a bit there. Helm have bales left on the ground. That never happens. So, yeah, really good game there from Trelleborg. Nice bit of disruption. And despite delivering 3 fewer bales overall, they delivered... Oh, excuse me. They delivered...
what?
18 in the... They delivered 18 in the top. And to Helm's 19, but that meant that they actually delivered fewer in the bottom, and yeah, that really helped them to even things up.
So I think they delivered some flu.
Yes, hang on.
Yeah, because I mean, at the middle of the game, I think I was commentating with Meatloaf as well, because there was some kind of a little bit lower tone coming from Alex, but I love that. The Mr. Deep Throat himself.
Talking by throat.
Anyway, yeah, but we do have the third game of the series starting in a couple of seconds or minutes. We'll see what the directors and the players are going to be deciding. But yeah, I mean, third game, and all 3 series on to the final game. So this is good farming simulator esports content for sure. Yeah. And still, once again, about the importance of this game. So yeah, the losing team is going to be dropping down on the lower bracket, and they're going to be facing My Insanity, and that means that on that match somebody's going to be dropping out of the tournament. It's going to be played later. I don't think it's going to be streamed though, because I think that the match number 19, yeah, it's not going to be on the list of the matches broadcasted, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see if we can actually do something about it, because it would be a very interesting one to see. But yeah, very important. So whoever's going to win this one, of course, will stay once again on the upper bracket, and the losing team then will be having facing a very important game on the lower bracket on the next round of matches. Perks. I mean, we have Unstoppable on the both sides still remaining, so that's going to be probably the thing. At least that's what I would imagine. And yeah, we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, that would certainly be the way I'd expect it to go. Our next match after this looks to be Lintner versus Astragon, who we haven't seen, and that means one of those 2 teams will actually be going out today. And yeah, Lintner. Oh, that will be a big match, because if Lintner go out at this stage, New Holland are still in the top bracket. So yeah, that make a big, well, would cause big upset, and would mean New Holland are in second place.
Okay, requested the production has been written to see match number 19, where which is going to be the next game on the lower bracket that I keep mentioning multiple times. So we'll see. But anyways, let's focus on this one. We still have to play this one. We do have Talk actually heading. Was he playing on the previous? I'm not sure actually. Was he on the field? But anyways, Talk, Hayden, Loiko. Then we have Martin, Paul, and Beatmaster. Those are going to be the lineups for the teams. And yeah, meanwhile, as we can see, the telehandlers are still going to be allowed. Yes, we have the Unstoppable. No changes really here, so everything's going to be more or less business as usual. And then, of course, we'll see how the challenges are going to go. I think at the same time Alex is battling with his flu challenge, which is completely fine. So we'll give him a bit of time to drink up, have his famous British tea, of course. And I think that's going to do a pretty good job with the flu as well. But meanwhile, no challenges really here. Hyda's going to be going for the Master Ferguson Baylor. That's going to be completely fine. And what are we happening elsewhere? Not much, it seems. I mean, Hyda's going to be just sneaking away happily and still waiting for the combine actually to somehow arrive on the fields. And Paul is going to be here, so quite slow start.
Ooh.
Whatever is here happening, he's going to be just claiming that once. He's going to take that away, and yeah, it is what it is. So Martin's going to be heading towards the fields. Paul is going to follow for sure. We're not going to be having 141st bales, that's for sure. But I think it's going to be pretty even for both of the teams. So it's not that if we don't see 140, I don't think we're going to see from either of the teams.
That was a bit of disruptive play there. Helm managed to get both New Holland and the Ideal combines, and so we're denying Trelleborg the two best combines that they could have got now that the class is out, and that's forced Trelleborg to use Case combine, which has a smaller capacity, and puts them at a bit of a disadvantage. So that's the reason behind that. And they knew they could do it because you can see how far behind Trelleborg are here, dropping off their first bale. 10 points difference between first bales, so extra bale needed in the bottom for Trelleborg here in order to even things up. In fact, there is the one bale if they get that bale drop.
Yeah, Paul is going to go for the direct delivery though. And that's going to be picked. Trelleborg hasn't yet picked anything, but I guess going to be the same strategy more or less. That's going to be a very fast pickup. I don't think he even touched the ground at all. He was still like stuck in the tractor as he got the pickup. I mean, he was like on the stairs, on the ladders on the side of it, more or less. Anyways, a very, very nice pickup. And that is the individual skill that you see on the Farming Simulator League. Meanwhile, we got a message from the production. Unfortunately, the match between My Insanity and the loser of this one is not going to be broadcasted. They were not able to change the broadcasting slot at this point anymore. But yeah, just follow the FSL.giantsoftware.com. You'll find the schedule and then the bracket all the way from there. So make sure to follow the overall situation from that place. I think it's going to be also broadcasted. I mean, on the chat. Find the bottom direct link in the bracket and just follow and refreshing that one and you'll figure that out. Well, but the match is going to be played out. Anyways, and meanwhile the next game we're going to be seeing is the Lu FTHN and was the looking for team or something like that, and then we're playing with the Farming Friends. That's going to be the next game that we're going to be show. No, it's actually not the next game that we're going to show. It's
they're asking 10 next.
Yeah, sorry.
Which is a big game in itself.
Yeah, it's a big game as well. So let's worry about that later. But it's going to be from the lower bracket, so somebody will be going home for sure. Meanwhile, let's go back to this game. We can see Paul heading towards the silo, and let's see. I mean, the second wave of drops is going to be just about 40 seconds away, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So he's not going to pour it down. Wants to see if there's going to be a grain multiplier. The grain multiplier has been hiding, as I said, for a longer time. But the hider now will decide to go for the unload, even without seeing the drops.
Just seen in the chat on Twitch that the New Holland versus Tractor match is currently at 1 game all. So just a Tractor looking to try and knock New Holland down into that lower bracket as well.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, of course, we have a lot of great teams this season, so it is understandable that not everybody can actually play on the upper bracket the whole tournament. So somebody needs to go down, and that is the elimination that we are seeing. Speed up and crazy tools. So the grain multiplier is going to be still hiding. I really hope that when the grain multiplier finally comes, we do have a situation where it can be used in a very versatile way. That's what I'm hoping for.
Interestingly, if New Holland do lose that match and Lindner win the next match we're going to have live here, that would mean it would be Lindner versus New Holland with one of them going out in the lower bracket later on, which is just, that is a mad match. That would be a mad match. Really would.
Yeah, that would be definitely something, and that would be match number
18.
Okay, let's not go ahead of things. We can calculate this so much. We have Helm and Trelleborg currently on the screen, so I want to see this as well. But of course, it's very tempting to see what could be the possible outcomes. I think we need some kind of an FSL manager game where you can make some predictions and earn some points or something like that. That would be something for sure. Meanwhile, so just 20 points of the difference. The drops, they are gone almost. There's a couple of seconds remaining for Trelleborg on their pick, and that's gone as well. So meanwhile, the bale counts have been building up. 9 bales for Trelleborg, 11 for Helm, and there's still grain to be delivered, which is interesting. So 45,000 for Trelleborg and 30,000 for Helm. Helm is going to be starting the delivery, and I think that with these amounts, I think Helm actually could keep a slight advantage. 2.1, maybe 2.2 even, maybe could be possible. But I might be completely mistaken as well. So let's just wait and see, because there's a lot of grain for Trelleborg remaining, and it's not going to take many seconds until it's time. It could be actually even as well. So let's see. They need to change the vehicles. Martin's going to go for the toss at the same time. 3.5 minutes to go, and this time all 3 are almost, and yes, they will go back inside with a 2.4 multiplier. That will be 72 points with a 1 single toss. Loigo is going to be going towards the safer route, and now we have the final multiplier coming in as Trelleborg will be pouring it down. And will it stay on 2.1 for Helm as I expected? Yes, it will. So close, but still 2.1 for Helm. That's why I was really struggling, because I knew that it's going to be very close, but yeah, I didn't expect it to be like a 3 pixels close, to be honest. Meanwhile, Trelleborg will be delivering some as well, as we have about 60 points, 67 points of the difference between Trelleborg and Helm is currently on the lead, and the bale counts are tied.
That's about 100 litres that Trelleborg is shy on that.
Martin.
Now the hurl, and only 2 in this time, but crucially they are nicely ahead with that 2.1 multiplier, and they've got a bale advantage. Everything is in Helm's favour.
I mean, if I think about that from the positive way, I think if Martin is getting 2 bales out of 3, that is still 2 more than I would get. So it's a pretty good score then in the end. Maybe Alex can get 1 out of 3, and then maybe some people from the chat more, but I'm pretty sure that from the commentator crew we are not really getting that high amounts of bales inside. Loiko's gonna be having his try as well, and
toss.
That actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, all 3 go in.
57 points from that one. Helm is going to be still leading by 120 points. They're going to be still tied with the bale count. Just 1 minute and 25 seconds are remaining. 1 bale completely alone on the belt. Martin is feeling a little bit sad there because doesn't have any company, doesn't have the bales, and doesn't have anything to do. He's got to take some of those his mistakes, so he needs to kind of like remind himself about the past as he's picking that 1 bale which was dropped from the previous toss, where not all the 3 actually went inside. And he will place that on the belt, so he's kind of like fixing it, and now he has a decent amount of bales available to start building and start just putting them on the belt. And Helm looks very good as they are leading by 100 points, and we know that this final minute is over very strong for them, so Trelleborg has to pull some real miracles to be able to beat Helm on their own game.
Yeah, it's quite a big gap now that Trelleborg have to close in the last 30 seconds. 100, well, it was nearly 100-point difference, but that has been closed to about 50 points. No, and there we go. It's now 100-point difference, over 100-point difference. It's a bigger gap it's growing for Helm. Helm have 14, coming in the last 14 seconds. Good toss, good Trelleborg toss there. that's brought them up to 5-14. But time is running out, and there is just no way for Trelleborg to respond with over 100 points. Helm take the match.
Yeah, I mean, the final two bales which Loiko was tossing in, those were the final bales. They didn't have anything more. So they were kind of like rolling their thumbs for 10 to 15 seconds without doing anything because they didn't have any bales. And of course, they knew already at the time when Loiko was going for the toss that there's nothing to lose or nothing to win with this one because they just didn't have the means to beat Helm anymore at that stage. So Helm is going to stay on the upper bracket. Trelleborg Tire is going to be dropping down on the lower bracket. And as we mentioned already multiple times, there's a lot of juicy matches happening on the lower bracket. So we will have the fact that the Trelleborg Tires will be facing My Insanity on the lower bracket round number 2. We have the next game is going to be Lindner versus Astragon also on the lower bracket for us. And then we do have the other match building up, which will be most probably, okay, of course, pending, or is it going to be Lindner or Astragon who's going to be winning this one? But it could be Lindner versus, just the Tractor or New Holland, basically. And yeah, so let's see. Let's not go ahead of things. And of course, we are currently on the halfway. We have done 3 matches so far, and we still have 3 matches for today remaining as well. And Alex, any final words at this point before we go for a break?
I'm absolutely love this.
And welcome back. It's going to be time for the next game, but of course we'll be seeing some highlights from the previous very interesting series between Helm and Trelleborg Tires. But as we were heading for the break, we kind of had a sudden twist of angle from the director. So Alex, I was asking you any final words. So now you will have the pleasure of completing that segment.
Yeah, I'm loving today. It's every single team is bringing their A game. Every match we've done so far has gone to 3 rounds. It sounds like the other matches are going to 3 rounds as well. And that tells me that at this point in the season, every team is bringing their A game and is settled into the FSL and the new rules and everything that we've had for the 5th season. And as a result, it's just so close across the board, and that's just absolutely brilliant. And so we got our replays from our last matches with Helm versus Trelleborg. A 147 starting bail there from Helm really told us how they were going to go. And then the 29 pointers when they had that huge multiplier advantage in that first game as well.
Yeah, they got that's the highest first bail so far. We had some 145, I think, 144s in the earlier situation, but 147 is definitely the highest one we have seen today. And time will tell. Only the time will tell. Oh, that's the mistake by Paul. So I don't know if that belt is made out of titanium or something, because when you come, I mean, you know all the tech specs. So how much does that tractor and the baler actually weight together combined? That's multiple tons, definitely. So
I'll put it this way:
killer of
there's a good big bend in that support strut of that belt.
Yeah. I mean, because that kind of like that one bar where he was hitting it, it doesn't look like a one that would be holding that much weight, because it's not designed for tons of metal. So I mean, I don't know, maybe that company should be a military contractor instead, because that would make a great cover armor in real life. But that's a different thing. Anyways,
I don't think that belt would still be delivering bales into the top of that barn after having a smack like that from a tractor that size.
Yeah, that's true. Anyways, what we have here is that we're going to be heading towards the next game, as we can see Lindner versus Astragon. And this is the series which Alex mentioned on the during the previous game. So, of course, Astragon currently holding the 10th place. And meanwhile, Lindner is the team that is on the 2nd place of the FSL of course, shared with New Holland. But still, and Lindners, they dropped to the lower bracket, which is actually an interesting fact that they are currently playing here, as they lost to Trelleborg Tires, who we saw playing versus Helm. So that's how they actually ended up here. And this being the first game on the lower bracket, meaning that somebody will go home. So Lindner or Astragon will be out of the tournament. And of course, if it would be Lindner, it would be huge. Of course, very sad for Astragon as well. But then also on the next round, the winner will be facing something very interesting as well, because there will be a team from the New Holland and just the tractor. So we will have some setbacks already coming up. But anyways, let's focus on this game. But of course, you can follow the bracket from the FSL website, which you can find the link from the Streamlabs bot on the chat. It has been announcing, so check the bracket out. Here is the message that he's sending. So and I think if you put an exclamation mark bracket on the chat as well, you'll find the information just like Alex exactly did on the chat some time ago. So make sure to check the bracket, and there you can follow all the matches and the results, and see how this tournament is building up.
And you can see a very different match that we have now between Lindner and Astragon. The telehandlers have been banned, so a much more regular setup here. We do have Big Hall versus Unstoppable as well. We've not had that happen today. We saw this happen a lot earlier in the season, where Unstoppable was something of a killer for Big Hall setups. But we've since seen teams win running Big Hall against Unstoppable. So this is going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the two last series which we have seen, it has been the same perk versus the other one all the time. So now it's once again we'll see a bit of a change, Unstoppable versus Big Hall, and that is something which I think we saw in the first game but haven't seen since then. And of course it will bring a little bit of an extra spice on the game.
Just trying to see if there's any difference in what the teams have selected. No, again we've got this setup of 2 large tractors and a front loader on both teams. So no change from this standard setup that teams seem to go for, and very few teams seem to deviate with. And the big team that deviates with it and wins with it all the time is of course Helms. So yeah, I'm very intrigued as to why more teams don't go with double front loader setup.
Yeah, let's see. So there we go. No real challenge. We can see Bauer, Matze going for the combine. We can see also Lindner on the background with the X-ray going for the other Baylor. So no challenges happening there at all. And we haven't seen any craziness going so far. Zeros will find the ideal. Apollo is going to follow with the Baylor. So they will start bailing exactly here. A little bit further away from the barn, but in the end, doesn't make much of a difference because they just want to get that bale pressed as fast as they can. Elite Cafe leading the pack, if you can call it that. And Bauer to the first bale should be done in a matter of seconds. There we go, he has it. I think also Lindner is currently moving towards the barn already. Maybe slightly ahead. We'll see that in a matter of seconds. And Apollo, yeah, he's already here crossing the bridge. So Lindner seems to be having a slight advantage. And if everything goes according to the plan, 130 something should be doable. So if that's going to be a toss, maybe 132 could be a thing. 131. So it's a decent one. And Bauer Mats is not going to be that far away. Going to play that safe. Want to reverse that in 126. So just a 5 points of the difference. Or as Alex likes to call it, I would say that it's 1/4 of a bale.
Not a huge amount to catch up. And Herbicide or Crazy Tool, don't know why, as he was driving past there, he did not grab Herbicide. That's a what a setup. Grab that as you go and get a little bit of extra. But even Apollo hasn't grabbed it.
Okay. So yeah, nothing that disruptive on the drops. And now we can just go with the usual gameplay, more or less. So we'll see how this is going to be building up. Major Melon driving the class combine. And Powerman just getting some grain. Let's see how this is going to play out. We still have about 2 minutes to the drops, so there's plenty of time to kind of like build this early mid-game phase of the round. And of course, Linda playing with the Big Hall, so there will be some kind of a variations in the strategies for sure. And but to me, this how Linda is currently playing with the Big Hall is a quite traditional way of playing the Big Hall, playing close to the road, and then maybe even parking it right next to the buildings to see if there's gonna be some more deliveries from grain that they're gonna unload on the Big Hall. But Bauer Matze instead, from Nastragon's side, seems to be heading for an early delivery. And this is something we have seen, of course, today, but also the previous tournaments to be kind of like maybe a new standard. Lindner at the same time actually unloading with the Big Hall, gonna take it to 2.7. Bolt is gonna be stopped from their side because Astragon, of course, gonna be running the Unstoppable. And I mean, while Astragon will be unloading as well, and that's gonna help out Lindner to actually enable the belt back into play. And let's see how far they're gonna take it. Are they gonna take it to 2.0 or even further, 2.1? No, 2.0, that's gonna be the thing. So they will deliver almost exactly the same amount of grain at this point before the next wave of drop is spawning.
Apollo now switching over to the Baylor. Cool truck there. Not much point in them delivering this at the moment. All that's likely to do is just get their belt stopped and make it very difficult meantime, Baomatsi is filling up that, and in fact, he's going to take over the combine while Elite Cafe heads up to the top to go and grab another tractor. Oh, probably the front loader tractor to start gathering bales in. Start getting bales pressed. They have it.
Yeah, Lindner is already having some bales direct delivery and bridges race. So once again, the grain multiplier is still waiting, lurking somewhere there. I don't know, behind the trees or the buildings. Who knows? It is definitely hiding somewhere. And yeah, I guess direct delivery is the one that the teams are going to go for. And it's what Apollo actually seems to be going for. Yeah, bridge race actually. So I'm not going to go for direct delivery at this point. Yeah.
I think both teams have basically finished harvesting. Direct delivery isn't going to
Yeah.
have any advantage.
Yeah, you are completely right on that one. So they have chosen, at least Lindner has chosen, the bridge is raised, and we'll see if Astrogan is going to go for something. Yes, they will go and pick up exactly the same. They actually have a 1 minute more. They have a very long time. The bridges are going to be raised all the way until the clock hits 2 minutes, more or less. So Lindner needs to be using the safer route for a slightly longer time. That is, of course, in a way, actually having an impact all the way till the end if they are delivering the bales around the belt. Well, let's wait and see. But I think it's a good pick, of course, from Astronom's side of things. And now we have some more deliveries. Nothing major, but Astrogon having 2.5 as a multiplier, and looking at the amount, yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty tight. So I would say that Lindner will be getting it back to 2.0 even after Astrogo will be pouring down that 35k. I think that's what I'm more or less expecting. And here we go, the fast delivery coming from Lindner. They will have a slight moment when they are having the advantage. And Astrogon, yeah, they will start pouring it down at the same time. So let's see how far they can take it. But I think it's going to be still pretty even. I think Lindner actually keeping a slight lead on the multiplier. I would say that the Astrogon cannot put it all the way back to 2.0. It's going to be 1.8 barely, or 1.9. Yeah, okay. So yeah, slight advantage to Lindner. So everything is working for Lindner very nicely. We haven't seen any deliveries, so all the points are still from the first bale, and that 5-point difference comes exactly from that. And the bales also, the bale count for Lindner is something to follow.
Yeah, I think Lindner actually got themselves in a pretty strong position here. They've got the 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier, which is useful for them because it gives them the extra multiplier and doesn't slow down their belt too much, which is the big problem that you have when you're going up against Unstoppable. And they've got a massive bale advantage. Even taking into consideration the bales that have been scored by Astrogan, they've still got about a 10 bale lead here. And with the multiplier on top of that, they have a good chance of winning this by a decent score, and have also picked up Lord Baylor, so have immediately scored 2 of those bales as well. That will help them to get more bales back scoring at the end. So yeah, they are in a very strong place now. They just need to get these bales back and get them scored.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. I mean, Lindner is holding more or less all the cards for the time being. And as we have only 2 minutes to go, and the gap is about 70 points as well. So Astrogon, they need to pull something out, but will they find the means? That is the question. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a rush hour currently at the Lindner's belt. That one bale is actually probably going to fall. At least it looks to me like that. But, you know, sometimes the bales do have a bit of a magic glue somewhere hiding on those corners. So who knows? But it looks to me that it's going to fall off in a matter of seconds, and that's going to be happening exactly as we speak. Bauer Matze is also trying his luck with that bale, so people are definitely having the unordinary way of putting the bales on the belt day. But yeah, who knows? Sometimes it even works. So yeah, more and more things are happening, and 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. A very slow belt for Lindner, so that could be a thing. And do remember that we don't have the telehandlers in play. So yeah, you can climb with a tractor, but you can't really toss, or you cannot shove them in from the bottom. So the belt speed is actually having a whole lot more impact than it had on the previous matches, as you kind of like don't have any other means of delivering the second floor than just the belt, and then maybe driving with a tractor at some point. So Cerceros will place one more there. And what I didn't like on the Lindner's side was that the bales were quite unorganized. So he wants to go for that final move to drive the final bales all the way on the second floor. I don't think that the bales are really positioned in a way that he can have 2 bales in the fork currently at all. So they need to be more careful how they place it, but they're leading by 140 points as we have 20 seconds to go, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. And Nastergo, even if they would now, deliver all of their bales, they would be close. But I think just one bale from Lindner's side, and Center's going to be doing exactly the trick we spoke about, so he's going to climb all the way in there. Leading a little bit, getting all those 3 bales inside at the same time. Going to be having 2 bales undelivered. They're going to be taken on the bottom as well. And Astrogon will be losing the first one, as Lindner will have a pretty, I would say, a clear victory from the first game, and a strong lead with the points as well, 150.
Yeah, Lindner absolutely showing why they are in second place in the overall standings. A really great play there against Astrogon.
Yeah.
Oh, and
there we have
got
it.
a frog in my throat.
Yeah, that is the meatloaf sound we were talking about. So I think that's the perfect. I mean, there's some kind of similarities with Rod Stewart, maybe, with that sound. So you can bring that, love song tone here. So who knows? I mean, FarmCon, I don't think we have had much of a live performances from the singers, but if Alex can keep that tone all the way there, we'll find a band. I can play the saxophone, and we can definitely do some kind of ball.
I have a trombone
ball in the evening
at the back of the room over there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we can combine. And if any of you guys on the chat, if you happen to be musicians, you play an instrument, you can sign up for it, and we'll make it a night to remember. Because Alex, with that tone, for sure. I mean, the ladies, you're gonna be in trouble.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that at all. We don't want to drive people away from FarmCon. We want people to come to FarmCon.
I mean, we'll let the chat to decide, because I think that would be a spectacle that people would like to see. So we can just change the hugs to something else immediately, romantic kiss on the
chat
cheek.
have heard me sing. They don't want me singing again. That's not wise.
Okay, let's get back on the topic. But
yes.
yeah,
please.
But what I can tell from the experience for the commentator, the worst thing you can have is a flu or a cough, because it's sometimes very complicated. So you have my sympathies, Alex, for sure.
I am doing
everything.
Too much
blame me.
These days.
Yeah. Anyway, so the first game is done, and we'll have 102. Lindner taking the first one with a pretty clear lead. The gap was 150. Not that really. We didn't see that much mistakes from either of the sides. From the Astrogon side, I think they were betting a little bit too much on the grain game, and in the end, it didn't pay off. They kind of like didn't lose it, but it didn't give them the gains, and that's when they were missing the bales and the deliveries. So we'll see.
So can Astrogon pull this back? They're immediately banning the telehandler this time.
Meanwhile, Feldon is already supporting our action, so he's going to be playing a triangle.
But the big question is, are we going to see Feldon at FarmCon then? That would be awesome.
I mean, I will take that as a promise now. So maybe Feldon needs.
And that's Feldon confirming he's going to be
there. There is no remote participation on the show. Anyways, back on the game. So it's a very chill Saturday, as you can see, and we are definitely enjoying our time here. I hope you're going to be enjoying us as well. Meanwhile, the telehandlers are still going to be banned, so no changes on that one. So the strategy is going to be the same. We have Unstoppable versus Big Hall, so that's the other way around this time. So the same perks, and that's going to leave us, of course, with the bottleneck being there on the plate on the third game. If the series going to go there, of course, they're leading with 1-0. So we'll see if Astragon will manage to pull this off and force it all the way to the third game of the series as well. Nothing that special that hits my eye on the picks. Maybe Alex, you'll have some better insight.
The JCB is a good choice, I think, for Astragon. Fast, powerful, and maneuverable tractor. Really great all-rounder. It's a tractor I'm surprised more teams don't use. So Major Melon definitely looking for that maneuverability while stacking. Both teams, though, are going for the large tractor, single telehandler, single front loader setup, as we see happen many times. Oops. Oh, and Bawamatsi hitting the barrier there, delaying his exit from the start. But
yeah, it's
not going to cause a problem, I don't think.
I'm pretty sure that the gate manufacturer, the barrier manufacturer, is the same as the belt manufacturer based on the strength of the metal, because you don't see any kind of even a small scratch in it when you hit like a couple of tons of metal with the speed, with the horsepower that the tractors are having. But that's a different thing. Okay, so we'll be heading towards. This is interesting how the first bale is building up for Lindner, because they are pretty far away. Okay, they have the first bale. This is going to be actually a pretty good one for Elite Cafe as well, because he's already here. Will be 130 something. We can see the toss coming from Lindner, 142. That's a great start, but this was a very steep angle to actually do so as well. And Elite Cafe at the same time. So with the reverse, maybe 132. Okay, yeah, so 10 points of a difference. So that's pretty good, I would say, from both of the teams. The Lindner's toss was, I mean, we didn't see it completely, but at least to my eye, it seems to be with a different angle than usually, that he was like a circling and doing like a toss almost from the U-turn. But maybe it was just a different kind of a camera angle. But yeah, great start. Speed limit and herbicide are here, so maybe the speed limit will be a thing if they will decide to go for something, and but nothing that disruptive at this point.
Yeah, herbicide would probably be a good choice, but mind you, speed limit is a good disruptive play at this point. It means that everybody creates less grain, creates less straw, and manages to dampen everything down on those things. If your speed limit lasts longer than your opponent's, then that can give you an advantage at the stage. So we'll see if either team goes for that in the last few seconds, because that also would be another great way to get it when your opponents don't, and you will slow everything down. Oh, and we got an unforced error there from Lindner that is going to cause a little bit of delay. Neither team though has gone for that power up, so looks like they're going to stay fairly even.
Yeah, small things, they can happen. So we'll see. Will that have any kind of long-lasting impact? But yeah, the situation is really good, because in Lindner actually present some bales already as well. They have 2 already, so maybe they are planning something. Who knows? Let's see when the second wave of the drops will come down. But there is a chance for them to, for example, to go for the early delivery and try to score some early points. But okay, it's for us very early to say if they will decide to go for it, because of course we cannot see, but it's a possibility that they could try to do something like that, and we'll still have to wait for 1 minute and 10 seconds till we have the next wave of drops. The early grain delivery is not going to be happening though, as Apollo will just leave the equipment there. At the same time, Elite Cafe driving the Optimus Prime also towards the silo area, and then it's up to them, of course, to decide whether they want to do some kind of a delivery or not at this point. I'm wondering about all these buildings always at the silo area, because it seems to me that there's been like a city with office buildings and everything built around the silo. So it must be a very productive silo, as it's going to be, of course, providing job for that many people.
Yeah, I think it does. The trouble, of course, is that none of the farmers who ever farm these fields cut them. They always just avoid anywhere that has wood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, there needs to be some level of complexity when reaching the silo on the game. But you know how the old and the small towns are always built around something, and on Farming Simulator it is the silo. Grain multiplier, finally! And then we have bale drop coming at the same time as well. So Lindner, I think this is actually really nice for Lindner. I mean, because they have so much grain and they're not even playing with the big ball.
Grain multiplier for one of the teams is 1.7 versus 1.5 for the other one. In fact, I think the grain multiplier for Astragon is 1.7. And in fact, Astragon have delivered a load of their grain and locked their belt. There's the grain multiplier for Lindner.
Yeah, that's 1.5. And I guess the timing is a bit of a thing here as well, because Astragon seems to be okay. Now they're gonna pick that up, 1.7, just like you said it, Alex. And the thing for Lindner is that they need Astragon to deliver some that they can actually continue their delivery as well. Otherwise, they will just be full. And as we can see, that Astragon is still pretty far away, so this could be costing some time for Lindner, as they cannot really continue with the operation until Astragon has did some deliveries as well. But let's wait and see. It's gonna be now 3.0 exactly. The belt speed is still reasonable, so there's actually a gap for Lindner to make some deliveries exactly now, if they have something happening on the backside, because this is taking a bit longer from Astragon than we were expecting, and that gives a window for Lindner to deliver something. But I have no idea if they have anything happening around the belt. We can see Apollo just failing here, collecting a bit of the wall, and now it's going to be starting to unload, because the Lindner is starting to unload at the same time as well. So Major Melon playing around with it, and let's see where it's going to be ending up, as Lindner will try to cope with it. But this is looking very good for Astragon, to be honest. So they actually probably will have a slight advantage all the way till the end, just like you said it, Alex, that the multiplier is going to be doing the tricks. Ooh. And yeah, 2.2 for Astragon for the rest of the game, so this is pretty good. So now they just need to score some points.
Astragon had a 10-second window there where they had a multiplier and Lindner did not, and they played it absolutely perfectly. They held on to a bit of their grain, they let Lindner get slightly ahead, and then dumped the rest of it in that 10 seconds. And there was nothing Lindner could do to counteract that. Absolutely brilliant, delivering at a 1.7 times multiplier, while Lindner could not respond. Perfect play there from Astragon.
Yeah, really well done. So yeah, 2.5 minutes to go. Astragon did actually deliver something, so they are now currently leading on the points, and they have been catching up on the bales as well. It's 11 bales for Astragon, Lindner with 12. So this is actually looking very good, because Lindner was, in a way, I'm not going to say dominating, but the previous game was really strong from the Lindner side. And just based on what we can see for the time being, it's just actually looking to be very, very tight situation. So this can go either way. I mean, I'm not saying that Astragon, because of the multiplier, will be winning this one, because we know that Lindner is very steady and very convincing when it comes to the final minute results as well. But just saying that this can go either way.
Yeah, this is the thing. At this point in this, Lindner are good, strong, and steady. They keep delivering bales and they keep scoring points. They are falling behind, though. That multiplier is beginning to bite, and it's partly because Astragon are doing the same. They're pressing bales and they're bringing it in. However, there is a 4 bale difference at the moment, and that is a larger number of bale points that they can score than there are points difference between these two teams. 286 to 286, and there's an extra bale sitting there for Lindner at the moment.
Yeah, and the final minute is starting as we speak. Astrogon still in the lead, just barely. And but look at Bauer Matze. I mean, that's a very nice job with the bales. I mean, the belt is slow, as we know. It's very slow. So that is the advantage which Lindner is having, and now they have actually taken the lead. The belt is slow, and you need to be so organized with it. And 35 seconds, and I'm not actually sure how many bales you can anymore deliver on the second floor. Lindner is having a party. They have all the beacons and everything is on as they are delivering, and the belt is going to be super fast. That one bale might be a problem, and the Bauer Matze is going to be realizing. I don't think that bale is going to go inside during 15 seconds. They don't have the time to deliver on the second floor, as we can see Lindner at the same time shoveling everything
this is so
in.
close.
Astrogon still having two bales. 480, 480.
It's 480.
They have two more bales. Oh, they're going to deliver
it
them.
gonna be-
No, it's going to be
It's gone to
time. And Lindner will win it. Oh my lord. Lord
More
Baylor.
bales delivered up top. It goes to Lindner. Look at that.
That's a
16
close one.
bales
I
to
mean,
14 bales, 22 bales to 19. The absolute same score.
And
it goes down to the bales, and there we go.
where were the
Didn't
two
take
bales which were not delivered for Astrogon? That was so close. And yeah, so I'm curious. I mean, was that one bale still on the belt, just sliding in? I don't know.
If that had gone in, that would have done it. That was that bale he put on the belt that took too long to get at the top would have won it for them. And yeah, wow. Such a close game. And that's it. Astrogon are out of it. Next time we will see them is at the finals. The grand finals at FarmCon in 6 weeks' time.
And this means that we will have, on the lower bracket, we will have Lindner facing just the tractor, which is not going to be broadcasted, so that is something to follow. And we have also Törlebok Tires facing My Insanity. So there's some very interesting games happening at the lower bracket later on.
welcome back. It has been a pretty amazing day's worth of games here for the 8th tournament of the Farming Simulator League's 5th season. And yeah, that's our first match, Copter, that has only gone to 2 games.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we started with 3 series with all going on the final 3rd match. And I don't complain at all. I mean, they were good series. So, yeah, we will see the first one. And but still, the second game ending with 480 tight scoreline and going to be decided with the amount of delivered bales on the bottom, on the top. So, yeah, that was something. And very close, but Lindner did manage to pull that off. So, Astragon is now out. Unfortunately, we do also have a couple other teams that have dropped Die Ollen Zocker, and sorry about my pronouncing. The German names are complicated. And then, yeah, we do have some other matches running at the same time as we will be showing the next one, which is the Looking for Team and versus Farming Friends. But then we have the Lindner versus Just the Track, the Trillabog Tires versus My Insanity happening at the same time as well. So that will be definitely. So follow those scores from the FSL website. That's all I'm saying.
Yep, and our final match today is actually going to be with either Trelleborg or My Insanity versus a new team. We are going to finish off with a match featuring the Kitty Cats, which I'm very excited about because I know nothing about them. So, yeah, that'd be quite good. And it is the internet, so if you don't have cats, are you really on the
nothing
internet?
about kitty cats. Yeah, this reminds me from the Warner Bros. Cartoon. Kitty cat. Pussycat.
We are going to have the replays in a moment. Here we go. And yeah, this is from our previous match, Linda versus Apollo. 131 in the first game. And this is the jump that we kind of caught the edge of earlier on. Going nicely across. Zerstra is finishing off that first match. Great drive up.
Yeah, there we had the Bauer Matze crashing to the fence. The titanium fence, Apollo's swing with 142, which was a really nice one. And I think, yeah, 120 something then the respawn. Sorry, 132 as we saw from the side. And this is the right situation. And the bale was on the belt, the one which we were thinking about, that it was on the belt. So if it would have slid in a couple more seconds.
Yeah, he picked one of them off. He picked one of them off, didn't pick the second one off. And yeah, if he'd picked that up and he'd put it in the bottom, that would have won it for Astragon and kept them in for one more game at the very least. But instead, out they go, and we will see them in 6 weeks' time at FarmCon as they try to make their way through the matches and, like everybody else, win the grand prize.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to, of course, win as much as you can. But yeah. So then we have the next game that's going to be starting soon, and that will be the Looking for Team versus Farming Friends. And yeah, this will be interesting. Interesting to see how this will play down. I mean, Farming Friends, I would say that I had some expectations already on the first game when we saw them playing versus Vultra. They did manage to take Vultra all the way on the third game of the series, and then they won the Die Ollen Zocker on the first round of the lower bracket, and now they are here facing the Looking for Team who actually lost to Power Team Esports on the upper bracket, a game which we didn't see. So based on the stats, of course, I would say that Farming Friends is kind of, let's say, the favorite here. So they are the one that they're facing up.
Yeah, they are sitting in 9th overall at the moment, as opposed to Looking for Team, who are sitting at 11th. Right, so we are going into the ban phase of this match, or the first game of this match, and we've got John Deere 8R banned first, and it looks like Looking for Team are going to ban the telehandler. So we're looking at a fairly standard set of bans here. Both telehandlers gone from Looking for Team, and then the New Holland. And the New Holland front loader is the second item banned by Farming Friends. So Farming Friends going for a mixed ban there. And both teams going for the Lexion and the Massive Baler, but we have a Big Haul versus Bottleneck as the team picks, or the team perks. Lucky Lucka has gone for the John Deere, as has Tobias. Krieger and Kiefer are picking now, and we've got a 2 front loader setup selected by Looking for Team versus Krieger, who's picked up a Fendt 942 Vario, and then both the final choices for these teams are the Case Magnum Power Drive. And with everything selected, it's time to head in. And the thing to look for straight away is exactly what is on the podium and where it is placed. The really important one to look for is where is that class combine? It's not over on the left. The ideal is down the front. And it's not over on the left or the right. So a second class combine is not an option here. So where is everybody going? Krieger is heading for another Massey Ferguson baler. Going to try and grab that and give them 2 of those. Meanwhile, Tobias has managed to get his hands on the ideal combine. That is actually a pretty ideal situation for them. With Pyrinator coming in immediately behind. Lucky Luck has managed to get the New Holland combine though. So both teams getting a decent combine. The absence of that class, and very close to the barn here. So Krieger is going to have a good first bale. Still have a 150 possible, though that is swiftly diminishing. I think Krieger could get a good 140 here, though. Maybe a 141. A 143, really great first bale here from Farming Friends, with Pyrinator coming in a little bit behind, and this could drop as low as a 130. In fact, it's a 129, so that's 14 points between the teams on their first bale. That is most of a bale into top, so Looking for Team could go into the lead by just delivering 1 extra bale as it stands at the moment. And speaking of 1 extra bale, bale drop is one of the first drops that are available along with speed limit. As I said last game though, I think speed limit is probably the better choice here if you're looking to disrupt your opponents, especially if there's a difference your speed limit and theirs. Can't get a good look at both of them though. It may be slight different amount of time or a slight difference in the amount of limit. Either way, you kind of want to pick it up, make a difference overall, especially with the amount of grain and the amount of straw.
Okay, so there we go. But yeah, great first bale for Farming Friends. Start with 143, so that is definitely a great start. And now we'll just follow. Of course, the speed is going to be by Looking for Team, and then we'll see Farming Friends. Well, they actually decided not to take it. It's going to be way too late to pick that up now. So we'll just have to wait and see how they will play it. Meanwhile, Farming Friends are also leading on the grain. So they have about 8,000 liters more being collected for the time being, which is, I mean, partly because of the fact that they also had a faster first bale. Pyrinator, let's see if they are delivering already. I mean, sometimes we see that they are coming here and then they just leave it exactly here, kind of like starting to build the setup, especially when they are not playing with the big haul, and they will do exactly that. So they are just starting to build the setup. and we'll see how the things will start to take form at a later stage. But for the time being, that is completely fine for now. And yeah, 6.5, so about 1 minute for the next wave of the drops. We got the Krieger now going with the big haul, and we have seen today, I think all the big haul deliveries have started before they will see if there's going to be a grain multiplier or not. And that seems to be the case this time as well. So magically the grain is disappearing in the air about half a meter before it reaches the silo, but it seems that they will still reach the destination at the bottom. So there is some kind of, I don't know, we spoke about the force field, so maybe there's some kind of a teleportation device also placed on the silo. And that's gonna give Farming Friends 2.7 multiplier, and that it will of course put looking for team a bit on their toes for the time being to see if they can somehow match the grain. But Farming Friends at the same time collecting more, since that they have a slight advantage all the way towards the end of that one. Of course, depending where the final numbers will be ending up, and of course what these drops will be also bringing out.
Crazy tool and bridges lowered. So bridges lowered at this point is actually quite useful. It allows you to get bales back really quickly. Crazy tool is also quite useful because you can get bales out there, especially for a team like looking for team who have 2 front loaders. They would be able to just a whole load of bales and get them all back quickly. So I expect one of these 2 teams definitely going to make a big difference. And here we go, Pyrinator is heading out there, and as expected has grabbed Crazy Tool, which is very useful for them. Krieger looks like they're going for bridges lowered though, so yeah, 2 teams picking 2 different setups because they have 2 very different setups.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, interesting. I mean, Crazy Tool, we have discussed that it's because the Pyrinator actually being in a perfect location to use that, so a lot of bales are going to be pressed using it, and the time is going to be running out, so we can even see as the bales got like almost not stop, but they will slow down coming out of that baler. So yeah, now they have 13 bales, which is a really nice number, so now you just of course need to deliver them and not to leave them without any use. At the same time, we had some grain deliveries as well. Farming Friends, they can almost deliver all of the grain, so about 2,000 just remaining and 32,000 left for looking for team. And what I'm seeing and calculating based on these numbers is the fact that looking for team that they cannot match it. Oh, Tobias is gonna flip it. And that is a nasty angle, I gotta say, but for sure he will somehow figure that out. But it was almost like standing on one rear wheel from the corner, and that means that he wasn't able to kind of like steer the front tires as effectively as usually when they're flipping the tractor. And but in the end, he's gonna get it done. Good job. And one of the bales is gonna go pretty wet. He's gonna save the other one. We'll leave that one on the water. And that's going to be costing some very, very important times. And what I was addressing just before that was the fact that I didn't see that looking for team actually has the grain to meet with the multiplier. And that is exactly the fact here, as we can see Farming Friends having 2.4 all the way till the end. And bale points are going to be picked by looking for team at the same time.
Yeah, looking for team now in a very bad way. They have the bales, they have an advantage in bales, but their multiplier is 8 points different with every bale that Farming Friends. So Farming Friends, massive advantage there. They lost a huge amount of time with that tractor getting stuck in the ditch. So they've caused themselves some issues there as well. And yeah, they're behind the points as well. Farming Friends have a good...
Yeah, there is some work to be done. So Farming Friends leading almost with 100 points, and that's a big lead. And the 5 bales is the difference when it comes to the bale count. So I'm not sure with these multipliers. I don't think that looking for team even has the bales currently to catch up that lead. So Farming Friends is doing a stellar job currently. Lucky Luke going to be picking up some more. We'll be placing them on the belt for sure, as still has the 1.5 minutes. So I would say that Lucky Looker has a reasonable amount of bales to work with because he doesn't have like an overload of them around the belt, so he can just do the work as he feels best for the time being. Tobias at the same time also will be crossing that bridge, and this time he will be not finding himself on the water, but he has some control issues for sure with it, as the not almost, but slightly loses the control of the tractor after landing down from that small jump that safer route is causing. And then, of course, meanwhile, going to resume his work to place the bales on the belt. As we saw, will be scoring 16 points per bale, as Farming Friends is going to be 24 points per bale.
Tron coming in here with another load of bales for Lucky Luca, just as he's run out of bales to put on the belt. And a commanding lead now for Farming Friends. The last 30 seconds. I think this is pretty impossible for Lucky to come back from now. They only have 2 bales more than Farming Friends. That is definitely not going to close up this nearly 200. No, now definitely 200 point gap. And Lucky Luca knowing that he can go up there and place those, and that's going to be 200 points that this is going to be taken by Farming Friends. A decisive win for them at this stage.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge victory for Farming Friends. I mean, having a 2 points of a gap is not something that we see that often, and this time Farming Friends will pull that off. It's almost like a 700 point game as well, so they played everything pretty perfectly. Of course, with the multiplier, I'm not going to say that they were lucky because, I mean, of course, this is not about luck. But in the end, what happened there was that because they delivered with the big haul and they did collect more grain after the first delivery, which is something that the Looking For team didn't count for, meaning that then they were kind of like surprised. I mean, Looking For team was surprised by Farming Friends with the second delivery, which was a very big one as well.
Yeah, it was a definite great play from Farming Friends there. They did they managed to outplay Looking For team really, really well. I'm surprised that the multiplier ended up quite as big a difference as it did. We don't often see that. I think part of it was that Looking For team went for the bottleneck team perk up against Big Haul, so it didn't really give them much of a counter to that Big Haul truck. It kind of went downhill from there for them.
Yeah, it is what it is. So we're gonna be going for the second game of the series, of course, and then we'll see if Looking For team can find the strength to pull Farming Friends on the third game. Of course, Farming Friends, I mean, they have 1 loss, they have 1 victory under their belts. And the first game of the day, we saw that they won the first one, but then unfortunately lost the next 2 ones. So we'll see what kind of a game this will end up being for them. But for the time being, they look very comfortable. I mean, they didn't do much of any mistakes. We saw a small mistake from Tobias, from the Looking For team side of things. And we'll see. So the second game should be on the way pretty soon. And let's hope that we have a good game. Even series, of course. That's what we're always hoping for. Meanwhile, of course, just as a reminder that make sure to book your tickets to FarmCon. That's where the grand final is going to be held. I saw Felden commenting that he might not actually even come, even though he promised to play the triangle. He was complaining something about the plane ticket. But it's a matter of willingness and commitment. So you know that you'll find all the best teams, and of course all the most important figures of the scene as well. All the YouTubers, the Alex's content creator friends as well. So I would say that it's definitely an event worthwhile coming to.
I even hear the Victor Foxtrot might be there.
Ooh.
And if anybody gets that joke, I'll be amazed. Telehandlers being banned by Looking for Team. Yeah, again, Farming Friends banning a large tractor and a front loader tractor, so mixing it up a bit there. But Looking for Team definitely don't want anybody using those telehandlers.
Big hole versus bottleneck. So yeah, it's pretty much the same the other way around. And we'll see how this is gonna play down. But yeah, Tobias, Kiefer Cactus, and Purinator, they definitely have now they need to show. I mean, this is the game. I mean, if they're gonna lose it, they're gonna be out of the tournament because we are currently in the lower bracket. So no fooling around. This is the real deal for them. And then we'll figure out how the game is gonna go. But for the time being, everything looks pretty normal. We have Archimedes under pressure, runner on the both sides, which is usually the default setup. Sometimes we see something else, but very rarely. But sometimes it does happen, but this time it doesn't. So yeah, let's just wait and see. The game is gonna be starting up, and then we have the rush for the pads. And then we of course figure out who's gonna be picking up and what will be the end result then when we are talking about the first bale. So there we had it.
In an interesting, interesting turn of events, Trelleborg Tires has beaten My Insanity. So My Insanity are out of this.
Well, things are happening. We do have a bit of a challenge here. Lucky Luker and Looking for Team. Who's going to be getting this one? Let's see who will claim it. Lucky Luker. Yeah, he's going to be grabbing that right under the nose of Looking for Team. Purinator's going to be heading towards another pad. No, he's going to be going all the way to pick up the equipment from the side of the field. Going to be finding the class one. And Lucky Luker at the same time. He actually has a very nice spot. And we can see Krieger being behind him as well. So this is looking very nice because they are so close to the barn. They still have about 25 seconds for a 140 bale, which at least onto my eye looks that they actually have a very good chance to get a good first bale, which is going to be more than 140. Krieger's going to be disengaging already, and this is actually a really good first bale. Let's see, it's not going to be 150, but it could be, let's say, 147 is completely doable here. It's 147, so that is a great first bale. And Kiefer Cactus is going to follow up here. Going to be crossing the safer route. Nice little jump there. Every time I see that jump, it kind of like makes me want to drive some radio-controlled cars on the off-road track. I don't know why. And the 130, so that's going to be 17 points of a gap. So a great start for Farming Friends, but not so bad start for Looking for Team either.
Yeah, 17 points between which that team are at least within a bale delivered to the top, as long as they can keep the multiplier in the right place for them. We've got bridges lowered and bridges raised, so either team could try and disrupt or make things easier for themselves, but to be perfectly honest, these drops don't make much difference at this stage. However, it does mean that both silos closed and grain multiplier are still available to both teams.
Yeah. So let's see. On the grain side of things, about 7,000 liter lead for Farming Friends at this point. Once again, partly explained by the fact that they had fast first bale, so the guys can actually run to the other duties, but still, it's not the end of the world. Because you still stop the grain collection at a different time, so they don't really have a time limit for it. But of course, you need to optimize everything when it comes to pressing the bales, etc. And we'll see what drops are going to be bringing as well, so that can mix up the process quite a bit. We can see Krieger going once again quite early towards the silo area, and this time, I mean, last time he just left it there, and I think it's going to be the same case. So he's just going to drive it around and leave it that in place. Build the setup. At the same time, we do have Kiefer Cactus also with a big haul, and sometimes when we have a big haul, they will do an early delivery also with the smaller trailer if they have that in their disposal, or if they have to pick that up. So let's see how Keeper Cactus wants to play this down. But I wouldn't be surprised if there would be some kind of an early delivery, because that will make most sense. And yeah, he's definitely going to start that pouring down. There's no invisible teleportation device between the silo and the truck this time. So 2.5 multiplier for looking for team, and he's going to go heading back to the field to collect some more grain onto the trailer.
Krieger is now getting stuck into pressing those bales. 3 bales already pressed for Farming Friends. In fact, that's 4. So Krieger's getting there really early, pressing these bales. This is where their advantage comes. They're not looking to drop grain at the moment. They know their opponents don't have any bales to support, so there's no point in doing it. And there might be a grain multiplier turning up in the next 30 seconds or so. So it makes sense to press some extra bales, get some extra scoring possibilities out there, and then drop the grain once that power up lands. And it's going to land right about now. It is a bale drop and a direct delivery. I think that if a team's going to go for anything, they're going to go for that bale drop and grab an extra bale drop.
Yeah, the direct delivery at this point doesn't make much of a sense. As we had the discussion before, that they are probably done with the grain, more or less, as we have 5 minutes on the clock, and we can actually see some deliveries happening. So Farming Friends were waiting for the grain multiplier, which is not going to be coming up at all. So the unloading is happening as we speak, and let's see where it's going to be ending up. But there's a lot of grain, and this somehow, now when I look at the grains once again, there is I can see the very similar elements that we had on the last game. That looking for team, somehow I get the feeling that the grain amount that they have collected, it's unfortunately maybe not enough. I think there might be an advantage coming to the Farming Friends in the end, about the same size, maybe 2.3 or 2.4 at least. This is not looking good for looking for team, to be honest, because they're now at 2.5, and okay, it's maybe a 2.2 for Farming Friends. But anyway, still, they will definitely have a slight advantage as soon as they will pour down the rest of the grain. And they don't have a big haul, so it's going to take a bit of time, and they will start to do it exactly as we speak, because it's Tobias trying to do the right thing, actually, trying to use the multiplier as their advantage at this point before Farming Friends can actually get those that grain in, but they will do it in time. And that means that looking for team is not going to be getting any of the points, the 2 point something multiplier. I think that was 1.9 multiplier, and it's going to be a 2.2 in the end. 2.2 in the end for Farming Friends, so not as much as I was calculating earlier, but still, let's say a reasonable advantage to Farming Friends.
Looking for team are now scoring points with their bales, and so actually are Farming Friends. That belt is significantly slower though, so they need to make sure that they can score that as quickly as possible. Having said that, they were scoring really well with the last game, where they had a much slower belt. Again, simply because they had a 2.4 multiplier to 8. Oh no, 1.6.
This is good.
It is. Ooh.
Yeah, Kiefer Cactus taking the bottom boost. He was right there where it spawned, right in front of him. So didn't have to do much. So they have a bottom boost, and now the question is, how will they utilize it? Based on the bale counts and the multipliers, I would say that there is a slight advantage on Farming Friends, definitely, on this game. But I'm not... Oh,
no, that's not good!
That's not going to be a great thing, and Kiefer's going to be reversing it, and he's going to be dropping in the water. And that is bad. He needs to disengage. And now when the bridge is coming down, what's going to happen then? Because the baler is right there. Okay, he's going to try to save it still. He's moving it slightly, but I think he's still on the way of the bridge. So I think he needs to do a second round. And there we go. He's going to nicely save it. Meanwhile, we have Farming Friends scoring some more points. They are currently leading with 12 points. There's going to be some more bales going in, and the gap is increasing. Also, Farming Friends has been pressing some more bales, so they are leading on the bales and the points. So looking for team, they have to do something about the situation. They cannot let it slide like this. And Tobias with the one bale on his, not on his hand, but on his fork, is very carefully placing it right there where it needs to go, which is the belt. The belt speed is not going to be a problem for looking for teeth, but they do need some more bales. Krieger's going to show some examples how you can actually cross the bridge without any kind of a mistake. And going to be doing a great job with it. Going to be unloading the bales for Lucky Luker so he can start to, of course, delivering them at some point. And there's a couple more bales rolling in. The gap is already 100 points for Farming Friends as we are closing on the final minute of the game.
And a 5 bale advantage as well. Farming Friends have the bales and the points. Again, I don't see how looking are going to be come back. They are really, really on the back foot here. Unless a miracle happens and somehow Farming Friends stop scoring points now, then they might be able to even this up. It's widening even further. It's nearly 150 points between these two teams. And Farming Friends are just continuing to deliver bales as we go into the last 30 seconds of this game. And there we go. It's now 200 points difference. There is no way, looking at the team in the last 20 seconds, can get enough bales scored to get this back. It's really going to be how much can they close the gap rather than can they win this at this point.
Yeah, you're completely right. There's just no bales, and I need to take away some of my words because I said that Farming Friends will not have as big gap in this game as they had on the previous one. But I think it's actually like a 9 points bigger or something like that. So I was completely wrong about it. And they will score
bales.
even. Yeah, they will score even bigger amount of scores. So the last one was close to 700. And this is only 9 points shy from 700. So this is a really good game from Farming Friends. So I would say that losing on the first round to Vultra, then like gaining the speed and the momentum. A little bit like one famous streamer called Dr. Disrespect. He's always talking about the speed and the momentum. So maybe there's a similar thing happening for Farming Friends, that they are kind of like winding it up on the lower bracket.
I think it's one of those interesting things where if Farming Friends were to go and play a game like that against Helm, they would beat Helm. That's the crazy thing about it. 29 bales is more than any other team we've seen in a tournament for quite a while. And I'm really surprised about it. We have one more game left today, but we're going to take a 3-minute break before that. So don't go anywhere as we're going to see the Kitty Cats play.
And welcome back. It's going to be finally time for the final game of today. And of course, there's been a lot of things happening on the bracket. So remember to check that out. You have the bracket command on the chat that you can actually find the link to it on the FSL website. You can see what are the events there. So Alex already briefed you during the last game. So we actually have My Insanity out of the tournament because Trelleborg Tires did win them. And now what we are seeing next will be actually Kitty Cats versus Trelleborg Tires. So they will be playing versus the Kitty Cats. That's the next game that we're going to be seeing. Of course, we will have the replays from the previous game in a matter of seconds. And of course, we saw also looking for team being out of the tournament. And also Lindner seems to be out of the tournament as well because they have lost just the track there. So that's a huge, huge upset. So we have the second place team out of the tournament, current Lindner, so they are having some hard time holding that spot for sure.
Yeah, that's great news for New Holland, who are still in the upper bracket. This was not great news though for looking for team. Tobias going into the ditch sideways took a good 20-30 seconds to get himself out of that and only came away with one bail as a result. Was really struggling out of that, and it happened a second time to them as well. And Pyrinator losing a bail there on the bridge as he came across. So all going wrong really for the team. As a 147 was how Farming Friends entered the second game. Then Kiefer Cactus having an absolute nightmare on that bridge. And that really summed up how it went for looking for team. They had problems left, right, and center, and just ended up so far behind in bales, in points, and in grain that they just weren't able to come anywhere near Farming Friends.
Yeah, that of course makes me wonder, in real life, if you would build a barn, would you build it in that kind of a location, and would you have this kind of bridges that are like randomly going up and down? Is that something that you'd like to do on a real farm, maybe on a Clarkson's farm?
I'm not sure the tractors or the balers would survive such destructive use if you did it that way. I think you'd probably have a slalom or something like that to go through to get to the barn, just to make things interesting and stop you from speeding so quickly there.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried, to be honest. I mean, of course, we have the game starting. When we think about farm,
whoa!
I heard some rumors about the FarmCon that there might be some possibilities of driving the tractors, like we had the last year, for example, at the Deutschfahr. And then we have one driver that I'm not really trusting at all, and that is DJ Goham. I mean, we saw him playing on the Bale second challenge earlier, and he's like destroying all the equipment in the game. So I'm really giving a very strong recommendation for Fend that whatever insurances you can buy, just like get them all, like all of them, just for DJ Goham.
We've got Kitty Cats have banned the telehandlers, so Trelleborg will not be able to use them, and both teams going for Big Haul out of the gate. I'm very interested to see what Kitty Cats have. I think that they did make it through the first game. They did beat their first opponents this weekend, and then lost to Vultra. So we'll see if they can hold their own against Trelleborg.
I kind of like the logo, to be honest. It's a lovely logo. Tractor and the cat. Meow.
And I love that they shortened the cat for their team 3-letter abbreviation.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, yeah, this is I would say I really like the logo. That's all I can say for the moment. But yeah, it's really lovely. Okay, so let's wait and see how this is gonna play down. But yeah, there we go. Trelleborg Tires versus Kitty Cats. I mean, for sure, for Kitty Cats, it is not the easiest opponent that they can find, for sure. So that is maybe something to take into account, but we do have the challenge.
Oh,
Once again, we can see Slimy going and getting that class combined. It's gonna be stolen right in front of him. We can see Hayden getting the Baylor. So Kitty Cats are still trying to find a Baylor, and they're gonna be heading towards the other pads. So Loiko and Hayden will just start building things as they have been doing in the past as well. And okay, so let's wait and see. Kitty Cats are slightly further behind. I can see the X-ray, so they are between Hayden and Kark. I'm not completely mistaken yet. They're gonna follow the road. Dave is gonna pick up the Baylor, so he's gonna be slightly late, as we can see that the combine is already there. So the first Baylor is not really building up for Kitty Cats, unfortunately. But the let's wait and see. Hayden's gonna be coming with a good first Bail, 143. So that is delivered, and the Kitty Cats are still on the way. No, this is gonna take a while, unfortunately, but they will get there eventually for sure.
yeah, it's going to be quite a different first bail, but you're right. They've got quite a delay. Take a while to get this in. This is also going to delay them as far as getting more bales pressed and collecting the grain, because this is the trouble. Their combines are going to be full well before he gets anywhere near them. Herbicide and Crazy Tool. Crazy Tool picked up by Kitty Cats, so they were close enough to actually grab one of them. That will help them.
Yeah, so Dave, let's see, the first bale. It's been a while, so this is going to take some time, and it's going to be 93 points. So not the ideal one, so they're going to be 50 points away, but let's see how this will build up. We can see Highland. Is he having a tuxedo in the car? No, it's a t-shirt with some kind of a black neckband or something like that, but it was almost looking like he's wearing a suit, to be honest.
And on the shirt. Actually, I don't know if you can customize your character.
I don't know, honestly, but it looked like I was for a while thinking, because I have some other games that I have seen where you can customize the characters. I was wondering if they have something like that here as well that I haven't spotted earlier.
We're in this stage where both teams are just collecting up rain, getting ready for that 5.5 minute drop. There is a 15,000 difference, which is not great. That is going to put them at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, okay, so almost 6.5 minutes on the clock. We can see first delivery is coming from Trelleborg, and that's going to be a big one, by the way. So 2.9 for them for the time being. Not going to pour it everything down, but that is what you do with the big haul, and we have Kitty Cat with the big haul as well. So Dave and Slimy getting the job done as we speak. So, I mean, in a way, what we see here is that they are playing. So if we forget the first bail, which didn't go according to the plan, other than that, I mean, they are executing a well-known strategy, which is currently something that you can definitely get some good results with as well. So, yeah, let's wait and see. And I still gotta say that I love the logo. It's just so cute, to be honest. I mean, especially the cat on the side of it. I can almost feel like being on the farm and, you know, seeing that cat walking there between the buildings. It's exactly the kind of cat that you can find from the farm, at least on my imagination.
Dave is now coming in to drop some grain for the Kitty Cats. Is this going to be enough to even think that? Wow, that is they're on about even amounts of grain at the moment before Dave does that tip. But Trelleborg are on a 2.9 multiplier. And we've got speed limit and speed up are the two drops.
Yeah, the multiplier is going to be a thing. I mean, Trelleborg, they have so much grain still. They have 60,000 still remaining. Kitty Cats are collecting some, but they have still about 35,000 extra compared to Kitty Cat. And taking the current multipliers into account, I think like 2.3 would be a fair estimate for Trelleborg tires to have after all that grain is going to be pulled down. Speed limit and speed up, as we saw Trelleborg, they took the speed limit. R6 is going to go for the same, so now both teams have chosen the same perk, and so nothing that disruptive, really, just slowing both of the opponents down a little bit, and the speed is now even at least for the next 50 seconds. And then Kitty Cats will have a slight advantage for a while, but of course they had a slight disadvantage before they picked that up, so it's even in the end. And now Trelleborg will go and deliver some more grain. We'll take the multiplier as their advantage, and that's gonna be 2.9. So yeah, I would say that 2.3 is a pretty fair estimate. 2.2 or 2.3. I mean, the 2.2, it's gonna be close between those two. That's what I'm estimating currently, where it should be ending up in the end. And Loiko will be heading towards the belt, so they have a nice amount of bales stacked right next to it. So the deliveries are starting, and of course they are already leading by 50 points. So this is going to be a lot of points if Kitty Cats don't go and pour that grain down, because that's 87 points on the belt, and there's going to be still some more coming up. So this could be almost 150 points for the team. I mean, 145 to be exact, with those multipliers. And Kitty Cats, they are coming in, but the bales at the same time for Trelleborg tires, they are also going in. Not all of them will manage to get in with the multiplier, but I think 4 out of 5 went with the 2.9 multiplier, and that's a huge amount of bales. So bottom boost is going to be here as well for the Kitty Cats for 102 seconds. That's a long. That's bottom boost almost all the way till the end, but Heiden's going to be snatching that down, and they will have only 45 seconds, so Kitty Cats, they don't get the advantage they were looking for.
That would have been amazing. You're right, that would have been basically for most of the rest of this game. Kitty Cats would have been able to put bales in the bottom and just, well, they're so far behind at this point, that's what they need to do. But they don't have the bales. I mean, they've only pressed 6 bales, and we're not. There we go. We've got a bale-tastic Trelleborg. Kitty Cats have not been delivering bales at all, and caught on the back foot, they are at an insurmountable.
Yeah, this is going to be complicated for Kitty Cats to come back from this situation at all. I mean, the gap is, well, it's more than 300 points for the moment. They are getting some bales on the belt, but yeah, the gap is just so big, and the Kitty Cats having just 7 bales remaining, which is less than 140 points. So even if they get all the bales on the belt, they will still have less than 300 points at this stage. Of course, they will still need to press some more, and that will be, of course, then a problem, you could say. I mean, they are pressing some, as we can see that the bale counts are increasing, but having only less than 1.5 minutes to go. I'm afraid that the time is not going to be really on the side of the Kitty Cats in this case, because they would need like at least double, maybe triple amount of bales for the victory, and then of course expecting that Trelleborg is not going to be delivering anything anymore. And Dave is going to be getting stuck on the bridge, but he's going to be getting away just barely. And luckily, he will get away with that one. And sometimes you need a bit of luck as well.
What I'm really interested in at the moment is whether Trelleborg's score here, given the run that they've got at the moment, is going to be larger than Farming Friends was at the end of the last match. They've got about 150 points to go. I'm not sure. Yeah, 5 bales would be enough to do it, pretty much. So, yeah, they could beat the best score that we've seen today.
So, yeah, we do have some bales going in. So yeah, Kitty Cats are now in 300 points, but for sure the time is going to be running out, and the Trelleborg will have almost 700 points, so they will claim the victory from the first game of the series. And of course, Kitty Cats, they really need to come up with something on the next game, as we do know that it is best of 3, so a second win for Trelleborg Tires would drop the Kitty Cats, unfortunately, out of the tournament, and of course would actually take the Trelleborg all the way to the kind of a semi-final of the lower bracket already at this stage. So they are doing pretty nicely for the time being. So let's see how this will go. But still one game to go, at least, maybe 2, hopefully, and then we'll see. Will it be Trelleborg Tires or the Kitty Cats who's going to be, of course, advancing? I mean, who knows? We can see Kitty Cats getting 2 games in a row, and Trelleborg Tires would be out of the tournament. That would be an upset.
That would be an upset. Yeah, that would be a massive upset, especially based on that first game. I would like to see Kitty Cats do some disruptive stuff. Maybe surprise us a little bit. That would be good. Based on that first game, they're especially gonna have to score a much higher first bail, and they seemed to end up. They seemed to ignore a bailer that was closer to go for a bailer far over the far side of the podium. Unfortunately, that caused them a lot of time loss with that. So we'll see if they go for something a bit closer this time, or even beat Trelleborg to one of those first podiums. I mean, that would be an upset straight off the bat.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see, Trelleborg and Kitty Cats. The second game of the series, and I think I need to talk with our graphic designer for the broadcast graphics, but I'm pretty sure that the aspect ratios of the members of the Kitty Cats are not completely the same on that picture, because I have a feeling that the guy behind was having a slightly bigger picture than the others. Anyways, so let's see if the telehandlers are still gonna be in play. Deutsche Fahr is going to be banned. The telehandlers are now coming in, or not actually. Yeah, so we actually have a chance of having at least one of those, maybe even both of them in the play. So they are not being banned. We can see John Deere going to be changed to a class Lexion at this stage. That's an interesting one. So Kitty Cats are playing definitely a strategic game here currently, and then it's down to Trelleborg Tires to choose the final one, which will be the John Deere that was kind of like hinted a little bit from the Kitty Cat side.
That is probably the most interesting set of bans we've had in a while, taking 3 of the front loader tractors out and the combine. That is a really disruptive setup. I'm liking that a lot, and I love that Kitty Cats are coming out fighting. They're coming out with a different strategy. We'll see if it pays off for them, but definitely seeing that they're not bowed by having the first game go that way, and are quite happy to come in the second one and try something different.
Yeah, the Kitty Cats are coming out fighting. They have their claws out. Wow. Okay, but yeah, there we have it. And of course, the bottleneck being the drop or the perk for both of the sides. So yeah, this is looking good. So let's see how the second game of the series is advancing here. Meanwhile, as we are starting the game in a matter of seconds, let's see what is on the pads. We do have some bailers, of course, in the front row. We have also a combine. Yeah. So let's wait and see. And there we go. Nobody's going to be crashing on the fences. We can see Dave heading towards the same pad as the member from the Trelleborg Tires, and Trelleborg Tires having a slight advantage on the location. No, Dave is going to be a little bit late, unfortunately, and that's going to be claimed by Trelleborg Tires. So they will take it. Loiko has been founding a combine as well, so he's already heading towards the field to make some straw, and of course to collect some grain at the same time, as well as Hayden will be just immediately placing right behind him. The location here is not really hinting towards the most greatest first bale, so we can forget the 150s, for example. But I would say that there's a reasonable chance to get a good 140. But Trelleborg actually already has the bale done, so they're already rushing towards the place, and this could be actually pretty dark. Okay, there we go. So
Long way
it's gonna be
round.
less than 140 for sure. Yeah, it's a very long way.
Ooh.
And we can see that Kitty Cats is actually not that far away, so they are pretty even with the first bale. Of course, now you still have to hit the target, and Hayden will be going for the toss. That's going to be 134, and this should be maybe 130 if he's going to toss that in.
Oh,
Nice!
wow!
Kitty Cats are getting it straight in, and this is going to be a match. Now we only have 4 points of a difference, and the Kitty Cats are definitely here out fighting.
Kitty Cats coming out fighting. You love to see it. A team that has just got their work coming out, keeping pace with Trelleborg here, banning stuff that people don't expect them to ban, and just being really, really good. I am loving this.
Yeah, so we do have the drops coming in. Nothing so disruptive. We had bridges, and let's see if something's going to be picked that up. I didn't pick up the other one, but the he's there. So let's wait and see. But yeah, now the teams, they have returned back on the field. And a bit of a collision there from Arsik towards Dave, nothing major. The grain is not spilled, so it's still pouring down on the trailer without any kind of an issues. And nobody, of course, driving the big haul this time, so it's the first game of the series where they're having, let's say, like an equal means of transportation for the grain. And on both of the previous matches, we saw that the Trelleborg was able to get a slight advantage on the grain multiplier. So of course now we'll see if not having the big haul on either of the sides will be somehow, let's say, causing a difference on that situation. Meanwhile, Hayden already just circling between the buildings towards the silo, and this time he's gonna be pouring it down actually, because I think all the matches so far today he has been just going there and placed it next to the silo for the setup to wait for the rest of the equipment to arrive and so on. But this time he will make an early delivery, and we can see Dave actually following maybe with a similar strategy as well.
You can see that the Kitty Cats are a slightly are a newer team, and that they're not quite as tight as some of the other teams. Their timing is just ever so slightly off. Both those combines there had to stop because they were full while they were doing the unloading. So there's a little bit of tightening up for them to do, but they've got the right strategy. They've got the right. They're using the right sort of the right sort of methods and things to keep moving as much as they can. If they tighten things up just a little bit, they're looking really good here.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I'm very curious to see how this will end up, as the kind of like the scoreline is more even right after the first bale. When we look at the grain count, so yeah, there's like a 9,000 liters of a difference, but nothing that major. The multipliers are even. The bale counts are pretty much, well, they are exactly even as well. So we'll see how this is going to go. Bale drop and the crazy tool on the second wave of drops. So nothing that disruptive. I mean, for the Kitty Cats, I think this is maybe something that they were hoping for as well. And now it comes more or less down to the efficiency and how you just, deliver in the end.
See Trelleborg at the moment. They finished their harvesting a little bit. They are now turning around and they're stopped their harvesting. They're now gating bales. They've immediately gone 3-4 bales ahead. And again, it's just that little bit of tighter timing Trelleborg have that means they're able to get on to the next job a little bit quicker. And it all sorts of adds up a bit. Dave has detached his baler to go and grab that, which means he's going to have to reattach it and continue. Wastes a bit of time with the crazy tool. And he's only got it for about another 15 seconds.
Yeah, but he will do some bails, and that's going to help out with the bail counts a little bit.
Wow.
They should be able to get it tied together with the trailer box. So 9 bails, I think, should be the amount after the crazy tool, and that is exactly the thing that's going to happen. So now they're tied with the bail. So they did take the crazy tool, and they got some kind of advantage from it as well, which is of course really nice. And now we'll just follow how this will play towards the let's say the last final 3.5 minutes of the game. Loiko is going to go for the toss, so he wants to have a shot on the Trelleborg toss, and that's going to be a 72 points right there. So they will go all the way up to 206 points. Slimy, I mean, what if the Cats are doing a toss? We need a name for that
interesting.
as well.
Sling. No, that would be the slimy sling.
Slimy sling. Okay, we'll think about it when the time comes. But
yeah,
let's see.
If they do,
maybe they have been practicing. Who knows? I mean, people tend to save the best tricks on the final. Slimy is gonna go for that, and he's gonna get one in. It's gonna be Slimy swing. Great.
Slimy
Great
sling.
Here.
Scores 19 points.
Yeah, I said swing, but sling is better. I completely agree. Because kind of like when you do it, you know, the telehandler slightly slings in a way, like lifts a little bit from the rear and so on. So I do like it. So yeah, Trelleborg Tires in the lead by 100 points. The bail situation is about the same. Great save from Loiko, by the way, at the same time as he noticed that one of the bails is not going to be going on the belt, so it's saved it before it even dropped, and more bails are going in. The rest of the bail seems to be pretty nicely aligned right next to the belt, so he will just start taking those and of course placing them on the belt more or less. And what else do we have? Slimy is having a different kind of a sling. Slimy sling at the bridge.
Properly stuck.
And yeah, this is interesting. Well, I mean, he wants to go for a joyride, maybe dropping the bails, and they are at least on the other side.
He can't do anything.
Not on the
water.
Bail-tastic.
Yeah,
for Trelleborg at the same time, so 455 points for them. We have 1.5 minutes to go, and Slimy is still having the roller coaster ride of a lifetime at the bridge. At Loiko at the same time will be just nicely placing the bails on the belt. Gonna be doing a super big job with getting everything on the belt, and Slimy is back in the action. And he seems to be going for another toss, to be honest. So another sling coming from Slimy, and they are quite widely placed, but one of them is going to go inside, and the one is going to land on top of the bailer. So Dave can just reverse that in right away from the bailer. So a nice landing for the bail. And but yeah, I mean, I will definitely give A for an effort for Kitty Cats, because they are really putting everything on the table, and I really hope to see these guys playing back in the Farming Simulator League on the upcoming tournaments, maybe even FarmCon, who knows. I mean, we need 2 teams, and I really encourage all the other teams to also support the activities of Kitty Cat.
Yeah, always good to see new teams coming in, and they've not done badly, Kitty Cats. It's been a better game for them. They're still going to lose by 300 odd points, but definitely a spark of something here, and I hope to see them again at some point. That would be really good. And look at that, 63 points to end it from Trelleborg with a toss. And Trelleborg go through, and the Kitty Cats are out.
Yeah, I really love to see the Kitty Cats here. I mean, even though Trelleborg did win 2 matches pretty with a pretty clear scoreline, if you can say it like that. But then also Kitty Cats, they were showing. I mean, we can do the toss, we can play with the telehandler, we can do similar kind of bridge accidents as the other players in this tournament as well. So I felt very comfortable and cozy with the kitty cats being on the tournament, to be honest. So thank you for being part of the Farming Simulator League Season 5 online tournament 3. And I really wish that kitty cats, if you're seeing this, definitely join in for the second time as well in the future.
Yeah, definitely would like to see more of you in the future. And of course, practice makes perfect, you know, so it could make a big difference. We've got lots of teams that started off getting lower scores who now, you know, have made it through to semi-finals. I mean, everybody falls to Helm at some point. So, but yeah, really good play. That is our final match for today.
Yeah, that was the final game.
And yeah, we've had some good games. Half of them went to 3 games. Half of them went to 2 games. Lots really great play. And we're going to have a little bit of a replay from the last match. Now, I actually got stuck. I missed that. So I got stuck on that building. Out. Dave hitting the bridge. Yep.
Oh. Yeah, this was when he actually got away, just barely, but he got away. And Slimy wasn't so lucky. We're probably going to see a replay of that. Well, that's a great swing from Dave as well. And then we can see the tosses coming from Loiko. That's going to be all the 3 belts inside, 72 points right there. And let's see what else. We can see the Slimy sling. And that's going to be also 1 in. So 1 out of 3 this time. And then he tried to have a second try, but unfortunately he ended up being on the roller coaster for a while. And yeah, not the most comfortable position where you want to be, but here's the second swing. And look at that one bale, which is like landing on top of the others on the baler. So Dave can just immediately reverse that in. And then, of course, Loiko's final choice, and that's how Trelleborg actually won this lower bracket match. So, and just like Alex said, it was the final game of tonight as well. So, of course, we'll start tomorrow exactly at the same time, 10 a.m. Central European time. And then you can do the calculation for your own time zones. I'm kind of lucky because it's 11 for me, so I can sleep a couple hours longer than Alex because it's 1 hour less for him. So, yeah. So I don't know if it's fair. But then on the other hand, some people can say that it's still morning, and I can say that it's pretty much on the afternoon already here.
Yeah, lunchtime here now, so I'm gonna go and have my lunch in a minute. But yeah, it's been a great set of games. We've lost Lindner already. So New Holland looking really good in that upper bracket. We'll see if they can beat. We'll see if they can beat Power Team Esports to get themselves in the semi-finals tomorrow. We've got Helm versus Vultra as well. So Vultra having a bit of a resurgence this weekend, and we'll see if they can beat Helm. And yeah, Trelleborg are going to have to continue their battle out of the lower brackets. Facing off against, well, whoever loses between Vultra and Helm. So conceivably, it could be a Helm versus Trelleborg battle again for the second time this weekend that could end up with one of those two going out. So yeah, lots to play for.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's everything from today. We're going to be wrapping up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And Alex, you have a couple seconds remaining.
So, yeah, see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time. Don't go anywhere. We're looking forward to it. See you then.